Chapter 474. Right after the heaven Tao gave birth to the myriad of races, a strand of supreme and terrifying might of the heavens that covered the ages erupted, and an extremely powerful aura of energy swept through the starry space and cleansed the myriad of races. The eye of the heavenly Tao, which had yet to be hidden, was also attracted by Yi Tianzong's actions. It looked at Yi Tianzong, who was standing in the center of the heaven realm. At this moment, not only the eye of the heavenly Tao, but also the myriad races that had just been born in the mortal world, the human race, the demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race in the God realm and the heaven realm were all looking at Yi Tianzong. The heavenly Tao bears witness. I, the master of the heavenly court, the supreme, boundless holy man, felt that in the past eras, the development of the myriad races' civilizations was slow and the world's development was sluggish. Therefore, I went against the flow of time and observed the evolution of civilizations. After studying for millions of years, I created the three languages of heaven, God, and mortal to record the principles of heaven and earth and accelerate the evolution of civilizations. The mortal language has 10,800 words and can be used by the myriad races in the mortal world. The God language has 3,600 words and can be used by the God realm. The astronomy language has 360 words and can be used by the heaven realm. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and started writing. The mortal world had 10,800 words, and the handwriting was bronze. The God realm had 3,600 words, and the handwriting was silver. The heaven realm had 360 words, and the handwriting was dazzling gold. When Yi Tianzong was writing the words of the mortal world, God realm, and heaven realm, the entire myriad races world was filled with auspicious clouds. Dragons roared and phoenixes cried. The sky was filled with colorful light rain. The experts of the human race, the demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race knew that what Yi Tianzong was doing was a major event that would affect the entire space-time. Every time Yi Tianzong finished writing a word, the meaning and appearance of the word would be deeply imprinted in the minds of the myriad races. The myriad races that had just been born without any cultivation also instantly understood the meaning of the words under the influence of the heavenly Tao. After Yi Tianzong finished writing the words of the mortal realm, every creature in the mortal realm understood the meaning of the words of the mortal realm. This was the universal language of the entire mortal realm. It did not affect the civilization carriers of each race, and it could also be used to communicate with other races. After Yi Tianzong finished writing the words of the God realm, the people of the God realm understood the meaning of the words of the mortal realm and the words of the God realm. After Yi Tianzong finished writing astronomy, the experts in the heaven realm mastered the mortal language, divine language, and astronomy. In the future, those who ascended from the mortal world to the divine world would automatically grasp the mysteries of the divine text. Those who ascended from the divine world to the heavenly realm would automatically grasp the mysteries of astronomy. After Yi Tianzong finished writing the words of the mortal realm, God realm, and heaven realm, he once again said, "Today, the myriad races will be reborn. This emperor decrees that the mortal race, the demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race are not to take the initiative to bully the myriad races for 100,000 years. This will allow the myriad races to have room to grow. Those who violate this will be struck by lightning." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, an immeasurable amount of golden light and purple qi shot out from the huge eye of the heavenly Tao and landed on Yi Tianzong's body. These were the two forms of the heavenly Tao's power. Under the envious gazes of the experts of the human race, the demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race, Yi Tianzong closed his eyes and used the immeasurable amount of golden light and purple qi to cultivate. Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu appeared on both sides of Yi Tianzong, protecting Yi Tianzong. After 1 day and 1 night, Yi Tianzong completely absorbed the purple qi and golden light around his body. The results of his cultivation were also gratifying. Another 3 types of laws of heaven and earth had been comprehended to perfection. At the same time, the other laws of heaven and earth had also improved to varying degrees. In addition to the improvement in his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong also discovered that his control over the myriad races had become even more proficient. The destiny on his body had become even stronger, and his authority as the master of the heavenly court had also expanded. With a thought, Yi Tianzong understood. It seemed that his successive big moves had been extremely helpful to the entire world, causing the heavenly Tao to rely on him even more. Therefore, his authority had increased. Thinking of this, Yi Tianzong couldn't help but be moved. If he built a 3-realm Skynet like the profound spirit world, and even created the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation, then wouldn't his authority be even greater? Yi Tianzong thought about it and decided to postpone this matter for the time being. In any case, at his current level, authority or not authority was not of much use to him. It was better to cultivate peacefully. He could continue to build the 3-realm Skynet, and he could also make preparations for the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, this matter was not urgent at all. He could wait until the myriad races had completely grown up. Time passed year by year. To the existences of the heavenly realm and the divine realm, 100,000 years was nothing, especially to the great emperors, celestial venerables, and supreme celestial venerables. 100,000 years was not even enough for them to cultivate in seclusion once. However, in the 100,000 years in the mortal realm, the myriad races flourished and erupted into a brilliant era of civilization. The Lingyun race, the heavenly horse race, the Xianyue race, the purple spirit race, the elf race, the flower demon race, the horned beast race, the dwarf race, the great bear race, the ape race, the true dragon race, the heavenly snake race, the golden condor race, because of Yi Tianzong's decree, without the interference of the human race, the demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race. The new myriad races developed freely. The number of members of each race increased exponentially. In the process of communication between the myriad races, the cultivation system of each race was also born. After the experts of the myriad races cultivated to the peak of the mortal realm and ascended to the divine realm, the myriad races began to take the initiative to contact the human race, the demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race. They wanted to obtain more information from the 4 races, as well as the mysteries of the heaven and earth. Since the myriad races took the initiative to contact the myriad races, Yi Tianzong's previous decree was invalid. Therefore, the human race, the demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race began to formally contact the myriad races. From the human race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race, the myriad races learned about the common cultivation system of the 3 realms, the origins of the mortal realm, the divine realm, and the heaven realm, the establishment of the heavenly court of the myriad races, the structure of the world in the previous epoch, the epic calamity at the end of the epic, and other important information. From the communication with the human race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race, the myriad races learned how lucky they were to be born in this epoch. It turned out that the world in the previous epoch was so cruel. It turned out that they enjoyed the fruits of the hard work of the master of the heavenly court and the experts of the human race. It turned out that the reason they could grow up stably and freely was because the supreme master of the heavenly court had given them the time and environment to grow up. Of course, the cause and effect of these matters were all secretly instructed by Yi Tianzong to let the experts and sects of the human race spread the information. For this reason, the experts of the human race even compiled a book of the epic and let the human race in the mortal realm spread it wantonly. After understanding all kinds of secret information, the myriad races were full of gratitude to the master of the heavenly court. The human race had a better impression of him than the heavenly saint race, the star spirit race, and the demon race, especially the demon race. The demon race represented the slaughter and evil of the myriad races. How was it possible for them to communicate with the myriad races peacefully? Therefore, the tyrannical and cruel image of the demon race was engraved in the minds of the myriad races in the mortal realm in just a few hundred years. The myriad races were afraid to avoid them. However, the nature of the demon race was like that. They didn't care about the myriad races' attitude towards them and continued to do as they pleased. The world was moving forward and time was passing by. In a flash, millions of years had passed. In the mortal world, the footprints of the myriad races had already spread to every place outside of the 4 great danger zones. In the divine world, those myriad races that had ascended one after another were constantly growing in strength. Many experts of various races had also joined the heavenly court. Through accumulating contributions, they gradually had their own territories. In the heaven realm, until now, no myriad races creature had reached the celestial master realm and ascended to the heaven realm. For hundreds of thousands of years, only the human race, the demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race continued to ascend from the divine realm to the heaven realm. Chapter 475. In the great thousand worlds of the myriad races, there was the existence of the heavenly court and the order set up. This made the competition between the myriad races more orderly, and there would not be situations where the myriad races would be wiped out easily. The development of the myriad races in the mortal realm became more and more prosperous. All kinds of unique races and civilizations bloomed together. At the same time, the corresponding heavenly emperor of each of the 129,600 domains in the divine realm also gradually became complete over the long period of time. Every day, the myriad races of the divine realm would fight for more resources and territories. Every 30 million years, there would be a competition between the 129,600 domains. Based on the ranking, the winner would be rewarded. At the same time, at the behest of Yi Tianzong, the heavenly court also held a battle for the title of the strongest emperor every 500,000 years. Every time, there would be one venerable, 8 emperors, 64 lords, and 356 marquises, a total of 429 spots for the title of the strongest emperor. And the winner would be rewarded with the heavenly court's supreme pill and various resources and treasures. As time passed, the great emperors of the myriad races gradually advanced to the celestial venerable realm and then ascended to the heaven realm. There were more and more empyreans among the myriad races, and the strongest had already reached the grand empyrean realm. Yi Tianzong had deliberately created a relatively stable environment for all living beings, and they gradually grew up. As time passed, not only did the strength of the myriad races increase rapidly, but the strength of the human race, demon race, heavenly saint race, and star spirit race, which were originally giants, also increased rapidly. After 400 million years of the new era, the demon race finally gave birth to another peak supreme, heavenly venerate, sovereign dark feather, which made up for the gap between them and the heavenly saint race and the star spirit race. And sovereign dark feather also joined the heavenly court, becoming the supreme demon ancestor, sovereign dark feather under the heavenly court. At the same time, after 400 million years of development, the number of celestial venerables in the demon race had increased by 10%, reaching more than 6,700, and the number of supreme celestial venerables had reached 200. In the heavenly saint race, although the number of peak supreme celestial venerables did not increase, the number of supreme celestial venerables had also exceeded 200, and their strength had also increased to different degrees. The number of ancient-seeking heavenly venerables had exceeded 6,800. The speed of growth of the star spirit race was faster than that of the demon race and heavenly saint race. Because of the chaotic heavenly universe infinite star formation, the star spirit race was constantly increasing merit and luck. The number of supreme celestial heavenly venerables of the star spirit race had reached 240 supreme celestial venerables, and ancient heavenly venerables of heavenly venerables had reached heavenly venerables. Star spirit race, celestial race, celestial supreme, celestial supreme, heavenly court. The human race, heavenly court race, heavenly court experts, heavenly court. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu were the heavenly emperor and empress of the myriad races, heavenly court. They were also Tao masters of the human race. In addition, they had participated in various great opportunities and great merit. The merit and luck of the three of them had surpassed that of any other race. Over hundreds of millions of years, with the assistance of countless merit and luck, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had successfully cultivated the 9 revolutions infinite secret technique to the 3rd level. Their speed of comprehending nomological laws was 8 times faster than before. Yi Tianzong had increased the number of nomological laws he had comprehended to 122 types of nomological laws, while Ling Xinyue and Xinyu had comprehended to 70 types of nomological laws. Moreover, the 3 of them had improved their comprehension of the remaining 2,000 types of nomological laws of heaven and earth to varying degrees. Every time they comprehended a nomological law to perfection, the difficulty of comprehending other nomological laws would double. Therefore, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had been controlling the number of nomological laws they comprehended to perfection over the years. They tried their best to comprehend the remaining nomological laws of heaven and earth to above 99%, but below 100%. In this way, if they encountered any situation, they could comprehend more nomological laws to perfection in a short period of time and improve their strength. They could also avoid increasing the difficulty of comprehending other nomological laws due to the number of nomological laws they comprehended to perfection. Apart from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, the number of supreme heavenly venerates in the human race had increased from 40 to 120 at the beginning of the epoch. The supreme heavenly venerate void had also improved rapidly over the years and had reached the peak of the 8th step supreme heavenly venerate. It was very likely that he would become a perfected supreme heavenly venerate in this epoch. Supreme heavenly venerate Shangyang followed closely behind and reached the 7th step supreme heavenly venerate. The most shocking ones were Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, Yi Yuanshan, and Su Mingxin. Perhaps it was because of their strong foundation or because they had received the blessings of Yi Tianzong, and the other 2, the 10 of them had reached the same level as the supreme heavenly venerate void one after another in the course of hundreds of millions of years. Based on their progress, it was very likely that they would break through to the 9th step supreme heavenly venerate void first. As for Taixien, Guyu, Wanlei, Li Tsang, Yuan Su, Yu Chen, Emperor Jiu, and the others, they had also reached the 5th step or 6th step supreme heavenly venerate realm under the immense providence of the human race. Apart from the supreme heavenly venerates, the number of ancient heavenly venerates in the human race had also reached 3,600, which was more than half of the total number of ancient heavenly venerates in the demon race, heavenly saint tribe, and star spirit tribe. With Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu holding the fort, the human race would be able to catch up with the strength of the demon race, heavenly saint tribe, and star spirit tribe in this epoch. In the eyes of the celestial realm experts, time was measured in tens of thousands of years. Under the rule of the increasingly powerful heavenly court, the beings of the 3 realms of the myriad race world were competing to show off their individual and race's splendor. Every epoch was 96 billion years. This was the era of the heavenly court, and the beings of the myriad race also named it the heavenly court epoch. Now that the heavenly court epoch had reached the 1 billion year stage, the development of the myriad race had reached a peak. With the existence of the chaotic heavenly cycle infinite star formation, the myriad race great thousand world had endless connate vitality. Therefore, the moment the myriad race world was born, it entered a process of continuous expansion. Early on, when the world was first created, the entire world was filled with connate vitality. The myriad race world's territory was also several times larger than it was now. However, the myriad race's continuous wars later on destroyed too many grotto heavens and blessed lands. There were also more and more cultivators causing the entire world to be constantly damaged and unable to be effectively alleviated and repaired. Therefore, the world kept shrinking and increasing the difficulty of cultivation to control the birth of experts in the world. Now, the heavenly court ruled the three realms and established order to control the damage caused by the battles between the myriad race and the experts. There was also an endless supply of connate vitality to replenish the consumption. The heavenly Tao, which had thrown away the huge burden, constantly inhaled and exhaled an endless amount of chaotic qi to increase the origin and providence of the world, causing the myriad race world to expand continuously. The restrictions on the experts in the world also gradually relaxed. This was also the important reason why so many experts could be born in the myriad race. After 1 billion years of development, the total number of supreme heavenly venerables in the entire myriad race world had exceeded 2,000, and the number of ancient heavenly venerables had exceeded 120,000. The number of supreme heavenly venerables and ancient heavenly venerables alone had more than doubled compared to the peak of the previous epoch. It could be said that Yi Tianzong's decision to establish the heavenly court back then was very correct. However, such a situation was basically the peak of the early epoch's heyday. The expansion of the myriad race world required a long time. The outbreak of providence of the various races in the early epoch had basically ended. What followed was a long period of stability. Unless there was something that could accelerate the evolution of the heavenly Tao, the myriad race could only rely on the accumulation of time to produce more experts. The outbreak of providence of the various races in the early epoch had ended. The living beings of the myriad race felt that the speed of their cultivation had obviously slowed down. After a piece of news from the heavenly court spread, everyone understood the reason. The long period of stability had arrived. Other than the battle of the myriad race great emperors that occurred once every 500,000 years in the God realm, and the battle of 129,600 regions that occurred once every 30 million years in the God realm, there were very few things that could attract the attention of the experts in the heaven realm. Moreover, once they ascended to the heaven realm, unless they had Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's heavenly emperor token and heavenly queen token, no heavenly venerables or supreme heavenly venerables could return to the God realm. Chapter 476. Without the interference of the celestial venerables and supreme celestial venerables, the experts of the various races in the God realm could develop according to their own ideas, thus giving more geniuses a safe environment to grow. When the heavenly court era arrived 3 billion years ago, the stable period of the entire world had lasted for 2 billion years. One day, one of Yi Tianzong's doppelgangers came to the Wushang heavenly palace and met with Yi Tianzong's original body. The three-realm Skynet is basically done. When do you plan to use it? Yi Tianzong thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait for another 1,000,000 years. The stable period has lasted for a long time. It's time for the entire world to erupt again." In the past 2 billion years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had used the endless resources in the Immortal Mansion to cultivate the 9 revolutions limitless secret technique to the 5th level. The speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth had increased to 32 times. At such a fast speed, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had each comprehended 10 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. Furthermore, their comprehension of other laws of heaven and earth had also improved greatly. As long as the 3 of them were willing, they could quickly comprehend 50 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection in a short 1,000,000 years. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu had the fortune of being the master of the heavenly court and the Tao master of the human race. Their strength was increasing at every moment. Compared to 2 billion years ago, the 3 of them were the only ones who knew how strong they were now. 1,000,000 years passed very quickly. One day, the Wushang heavenly palace in the center of the heavenly court suddenly erupted with boundless divine light. The dazzling divine light quickly radiated across the entire heavenly court. It then passed through the heavenly court and spread towards the God realm and the mortal realm, illuminating all beings in the three realms and time and space. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's figures mysteriously appeared in the center of the boundless divine light. Their supreme majesty and peerless divine appearance crossed the distance of time and space and imprinted themselves in the eyes of countless beings. Is the Emperor going to do something big again? All the living beings in the world knew about the three figures standing amidst time and divine light. They were the leader of the heavenly court, the supreme heavenly emperor, the supreme new moon holy man, and the supreme divine moon holy man, the supreme heavenly emperor. At this moment, all the experts in the myriad races world were curious about what the heavenly court ruler, who had not shown himself for a long time, wanted to do this time. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu opened their mouths at the same time. I, the heavenly emperor of the vast expanse holy man, heavenly empress of the new moon holy woman, heavenly empress of the divine moon holy woman, establish the nets above, snares below the three realms today in order to promote the evolution of civilization and the evolution of the heavenly way. I hope that all races and spirits can make full use of this opportunity. After saying that, Xianyu's figure moved and arrived at the center of the mortal realm. Xin Yu arrived at the center of the God realm. Yi Tianzong arrived at the center of the heaven realm. Then, the three of them each took out a jade butterfly-shaped disc. As the three of them threw out the jade butterfly-shaped disc, the originally small and exquisite disc quickly expanded. In just 10 breaths' time, it became 10 million miles wide. Streaks of auspicious air rose, and celestial clouds filled the sky. As the three of them struck out a series of seals, the disc that was tens of thousands of miles in size, under the control of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu, merged at the origin of the mortal realm, God realm, and heaven realm. The origins of the mortal realm, the God realm, and the heaven realm were actually a part of the origins of the entire myriad races world. When the origins of the three worlds were added together, it was enough to take up 70% of the entire myriad races world. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's actions attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao, who was wholeheartedly in charge of expanding the world. The eye of the heavenly Tao that was 10 million miles wide didn't do anything. It just closely watched Yi Tianzong and the other two's actions. As the three jade butterfly-shaped discs were fused with the origins of the mortal realm, the God realm, and the heaven realm by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu using their authority as the masters of the heavenly court, the entire three realms instantly knew the origin and use of the three-realm Skynet. The three-realm Skynet, simply put, was a network that covered the mortal realm, the God realm, and the heaven realm. The mortal realm, the God realm, and the heaven realm each had their own independent Skynet. However, these three independent networks were also somewhat related. As long as it was a living being of the three realms, from the moment they were born, they would leave behind a unique identity in the three-realm Skynet. This identity would continuously rise as their cultivation realm increased, and thus be used in the entire three-realm Skynet. And the meaning and use of the Skynet's existence was to gather the countless living beings of the boundless mortal realm, the God realm and the heaven realm, into a spiritual world that transcended time and space. In the spiritual world that was supported by the origins of the three realms, the distance between people was no longer distance. Any two people on opposite sides of the world could ignore the endless distance in the real world and communicate face to face in the spiritual world. Without the restriction of distance, the communication of the living beings of the three realms would be unprecedentedly fast. Without the various kinds of apprehensions that they had in the real world, everyone could deduce and test their own ideas as they wished in the Skynet and fight life and death battles with other living beings of other races. In short, there were simply too many benefits. Moreover, the mortal realm Skynet would connect with the divine realm Skynet once every million years, transmitting the accumulated information from the mortal realm Skynet to the divine realm Skynet. Furthermore, Some basic information from the divine realm Skynet would be transmitted to the mortal realm Skynet, completing an information exchange. Similarly, the God realm Skynet would connect with the heaven realm Skynet once every million years, transmitting all the information of the God realm Skynet to the heaven realm Skynet. At the same time, some basic information of the heaven realm Skynet would also be transmitted to the God realm Skynet. The Skynet of the three realms would constantly exchange information. The information of the mortal realm and the God realm Skynet would be transmitted to the heaven realm Skynet, allowing the experts of the heaven realm to continuously comprehend the wisdom of the countless living beings of the myriad races from the Skynet, making up for their own foundation and deficiencies. And the basic information of the God realm and the heaven realm Skynet would provide the living beings of the mortal realm and the God realm with a clear future path, making the foundation of all living beings of the myriad races more solid and the cultivation system of all living beings of the myriad races more perfect. At the same time, it would also be a kind of inspiration for those heavens' favored talents, allowing them to erupt with even more brilliant inspiration and brilliance. The Skynet of the three realms also set up various kinds of authority, using this to distinguish the level of cultivation and the amount of contribution made. Yi, Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu as the originators of the Skynet of the three realms. The three of them and their respective doppelgangers naturally had the highest authority and could grant and remove the authority of anyone else. After understanding the function of the Skynet of the three realms, the hearts of the countless living beings of the three realms fiercely skipped a beat, sighing that the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress were indeed extraordinary. As long as one wasn't a fool, one would be able to understand the function and significance of the Skynet of the three realms. After sighing, everyone's consciousness entered their respective Skynets at the first moment, and the Howran divine sect of the mortal realm, the God realm, and the heaven realm, which had received Yi Tianzong's instructions early on, immediately uploaded all the secret manuals and cultivation methods of the sect, except for the core cultivation methods, secret manuals, and divine abilities of the sect onto the Skynet. Moreover, each cultivation method, divine ability was accompanied by a detailed description, clearly marked for sale. What was the Howran divine sect? It was the number one sect of the three realms, the sect of the heavenly court's rulers, the heavenly emperor and heavenly empress. It was the strongest sect force of the three realms, 16 supreme heavenly venerates and 300 ancient heavenly venerates. There wasn't a single sect or sacred ground in the three realms that could compare to the Howran divine sect. The number one sect of the mortal realm, the God realm, and the heaven realm had taken out all the cultivation methods, secret manuals, and divine abilities, except for the core inheritance, clearly marked for sale. They were asking if anyone wanted to buy them or not. Wasn't this nonsense? Who wouldn't want to buy them? Countless forces and experts of the heavenly cycle races went crazy, staring at the all-encompassing Howran divine sect's secret manuals with bloodshot eyes. They were so excited that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. At this moment, if anyone dared to stop them, countless people would definitely swarm them and tear them to pieces. However, what made them want to vomit blood was that, except for some basic items, the rest of the cultivation methods and secret manuals required various privileges to purchase. Furthermore, there was a limit to the number of people who could purchase them. Thus, after being stimulated by the Howrangian sect, countless forces, big and small, that had originally been hesitant no longer hesitated. What was there to hesitate about? There wouldn't be another chance if they hesitated any longer. Therefore, they all uploaded the cultivation methods and secret manuals of their respective sects or families onto the Skynet, exchanging them for contribution points and privileges. In short, they first sold them vigorously, then worked hard to raise their privileges. Finally, they bought them. Chapter 477. After the three realms fell into a state of jubilation, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu entered seclusion. After the creation of the three realms Skynet, the heavenly axiom directly rewarded Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinhua, and Xinyu with countless golden auspicious clouds and origin purple clouds. Then, after connecting to the three-realm Skynet, it disappeared and continued to expand the world. In the blink of an eye, another 100 million years had passed. The rapid development of the entire myriad races world had continued for 100 million years. And the results of this 100 million years of development were more prosperous than the previous 3 billion years of development accumulation. Ever since the three-realm Skynet was established, the speed of communication and development between the living beings of the three realms had multiplied. The repeated exchanges of information through the three-realm Skynet had caused everyone in the mortal dimension, God dimension, and heavenly dimension to benefit greatly. The collisions between countless living beings and countless geniuses and experts had given rise to countless new insights and directions, and it had greatly promoted the advancement of the cultivation system of the entire three realms. After the creatures of the mortal realm had obtained various basic information from the God realm, they had a clearer direction of development. The cultivation system of the myriad races had also been jointly deduced by countless outstanding experts and outstanding experts, becoming more perfect and flawless. The speed of cultivation, the efficiency of energy absorption, how to achieve the greatest effective attack, the arrangement of formations, the research and development of pills, and so on, everything was constantly innovating and advancing to a more profound and powerful level. Due to the continuous improvement of various cultivation methods and pill formulas, the cultivation speed and foundation of the myriad races world was also unprecedentedly strong and solid. Every day, countless experts of the myriad races world ascended to the God realm, and in the 129,600 domains of the God realm, the myriad races world's experts had also erupted with unprecedented development results. Countless large and small forces, under the guidance of the Haran divine sect's countless cultivation methods, secret skills, divine abilities, pills, formations, refining methods, and so on, had developed dazzling results through the wisdom of countless creatures of the myriad races world. With the explosion of the civilizations of the myriad races, the cultivation system from the first heaven of the myth realm to the eighth heaven of the great emperor realm had been perfected to an unprecedented level. Dozens of methods to advance from the great emperor realm to the celestial venerable realm had been researched by the myriad races, and all of them had a high success rate. The celestial venerables and supreme celestial venerables of the myriad races in the heaven realm were not to be trifled with either. They constantly explored many ways to speed up the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth without any side effects, and developed many celestial venerable level divine pills that were beneficial to cultivation. The number of heavenly venerables and supreme heavenly venerables born in the past 100 million years was more than the increase in the past 500 million years. In the entire myriad races world, the number of ancient seeking heavenly venerables had reached 400,000, and the number of supreme heavenly venerables had reached 5,000. The number of ancient seeking heavenly venerables of the human race had already exceeded 10,000, and the number of supreme heavenly venerables had reached 180. For example, Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void, Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the others had reached the 9th step of the Supreme Heavenly Venerable Realm. Great Heavenly Venerable Xingyang had also reached the 8th step of the Supreme Heavenly Venerable Realm. In addition, there were more than 10 people who had reached the 7th step of the Supreme Heavenly Venerable Realm. As for the Demon Race, Heavenly Saints Tribe, and Star Spirit Tribe, each of them had more than 13,000 ancient seeking heavenly venerables and more than 260 supreme heavenly venerables. The gap between the number of high-level experts of the human race and the three races was constantly shrinking. As the leaders of the human race, demon race, Heavenly Saints Tribe, and Star Spirit Tribe, the 9 of them, Tian Yuan, Tian Xin, Tian Qin, Mo Tian, Mou, Xing Hen, Xing Yao, and Xing Hui had been cultivating in seclusion for many years. They had constantly obtained the essence of wisdom from the myriad races through the heaven realm's nets of snares, and their speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth was far faster than before. In the previous eras, they might not be able to fully comprehend one type of natural law in tens of billions of years. However, in this era of the heaven, due to various reasons and opportunities, in less than 2 billion years since the beginning of this era, each of them had already fully comprehended 3 to 4 types of natural laws. Because of that, their strengths had improved greatly. They had never thought of such a situation before. Even in the most prosperous primordial age of heaven and earth, such a thing had never happened before. They were already like this, let alone Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. With the help of the wisdom of the myriad races, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had cultivated the 9 revolutions limitless secret technique to the 6th revolution in just tens of millions of years, and their speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth had increased by 64 times. Coupled with the endless luck and merit brought by their various identities and various big actions, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth at a speed that was hundreds of times faster than that of Tian Yuan, Mo Tian, Xinghen, and the others. Their achievements in comprehending the laws of heaven and earth had also far surpassed that of the patriarchs of the demon race, Heavenly Saints tribe, and Star Spirit tribe. Now, Yi Tianzong had already comprehended 160 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. Of the remaining 2,800 types of laws, more than 60 had been comprehended to 99% or less. More than 120 had been comprehended to 98% or more, and the rest had been comprehended to 60% or more. Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu had already comprehended 103 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. There were still 30 types of laws of heaven and earth that had been comprehended to 99% or less, 70 types of laws that had been comprehended to 98% or more, and the remaining laws that had been comprehended to 50% or more. With the current strength of Yi, Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, dealing with the 9 perfected supreme heavenly venerables of the demon race, Star Spirit tribe and Heavenly Saints tribe was like child's play. They could easily suppress them. However, the one that had benefited the most was still the Heaven Tao of the myriad races world. Because the Heaven Tao was connected to the 3-realm Skynet, and the jade butterfly disc of the 3-realm Skynet had the ability to automatically purify all kinds of negative thoughts. With the wisdom essence of the myriad races world, the speed of the Heaven Tao's evolution and growth had also increased rapidly. In just 100 million years, the extent of the Heaven Tao's evolution and growth had surpassed the gains of the previous hundreds of billions of years. The rapid growth of the Heaven Tao also increased the speed of the origin of heaven and earth. The mortal realm, divine realm, and heaven realm continued to expand along with the expansion of heaven and earth. The strength of space, the strength of matter, the concentration of heaven and earth essence, and so on were also slowly increasing. At the highest point of the heaven realm, in the central celestial palace of the supreme heavenly court, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, who had not appeared for a long time, suddenly appeared. At this time, in the entire central celestial palace, all the existences of the heavenly court's heavenly cycle prime sovereign and above were present. Yi Tianzong looked at the people of the heavenly court below. His entire body was filled with boundless golden light and purple gas. Boundless divine power that suppressed heaven and earth filled the central celestial palace. In his unfathomable eyes, there seemed to be laws surging. Heaven and earth were opening up. Boundless divine light pierced through the void between the opening and closing, causing the people of the heavenly court to be in awe. Today, I summoned you here because I received a message from the Heaven Tao. Because of the appearance of the Skynet of the 3 realms, the evolution of the Heaven Tao has accelerated. The world is constantly expanding, and its power is also increasing. The endless middle worlds and small worlds and the chaos around the world of myriad races have also been attracted by the Heaven Tao and are approaching the world of myriad races. In the following years, the world of myriad races will become one. Those middle worlds and small worlds will be integrated into our world under the guidance of the Heaven Tao. The races of the three realms need to be prepared. These creatures that are integrated into our world are naturally the creatures of the world of myriad races. Every creature that enters the three realms will have a 200-year protection period. During this 200-year protection period, you and the other races can enter these creatures of the lower realms to conduct business, but you are not allowed to bully them. Many of you have also experienced countless calamities when you were weak before you grew to where you are today. I hope you all will take care of yourselves. Yes, we will obey the Emperor's decree, everyone replied. After everyone left, Xinyu said to Yi Tianzong, the world of myriad races will become one. The Hao Ranjin sect in the profound spirit world will finally not drift outside. The people of the profound spirit world can be considered to have a way out. Hearing that, Yi Tianzong nodded his head and said, That's right, after billions of years, the profound spirit world has also reached its end. If it does not enter the great thousand world, no matter how strong the middle world is, it will always disappear after a long period of time. My clone can also be retrieved. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he thought for a while, then continued, How about this, just in case I'll make a move? The profound spirit world will disappear in at most a few hundred years. It might not be able to last until the day it is annexed by the world of myriad races. Let the profound spirit world be the first world to be annexed. Chapter 478. With Yi Tianzong's help, the profound spirit world was pushed close to the myriad races world. It was immediately captured by the Heaven Tao of the myriad races world. Then, under the guidance of the Heaven Tao, it took 20 years to merge into the myriad races world. Emperor Yu belonged to the devil race. He was the emperor of one of the devil race's territories in the divine realm. He commanded 30 great emperors and 2 billion devil race troops. Emperor Yu's territory was adjacent to the humans' territory. Wars often broke out between the two territories. It was a life-and-death battle. The heavenly venerables and supreme heavenly venerables in the heaven realm, and even the higher-ups in the heavenly court didn't care about this. There were countless living beings in the myriad races. It was impossible for there to be no battles. They couldn't possibly let everyone hide at home and be obedient babies. Moreover, any prodigy or expert grew through countless battles. Hence, the higher-ups in the heaven realm didn't care about the battles between the races. It was fine as long as the races weren't wiped out. On this day, Emperor Yu was doing his once-in-a-thousand-years patrol. He was flying in the sky with a group of personal guards. Suddenly, he felt a ripple in space. Then, countless people appeared in front of him. He took a closer look. Human race. And demon race? The strongest one was only a divine king. Why was there something wrong with the aura of these people? They didn't seem to have ascended from the mortal realm. How did they appear? Emperor Yu was a little puzzled. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered the news from the heaven realm. It had only been less than 10 years. Could it be that the lower realm had already integrated into the great thousand world of the myriad races? However, regardless of whether they came from the lower realm or not, since they dared to enter his territory, only death awaited them. He would kill this group of ants first. At most, he would leave a few of them alive. Thinking of this, Emperor Yu waved his hand and signaled to kill without mercy. As Emperor Yu's personal guards, they naturally carried out the Emperor Yu's orders. Of course, there was no need to mobilize so many people to deal with those ants who were only divine kings. As a result, a group of 500 god kings walked out of the personal guards and directly attacked the creatures from the lower realm that had suddenly descended. On the other side, Xian Wuchen and the others were shocked and dazed. They only felt like the world they were in before had collapsed. They thought they were probably doomed, but they never thought that a boundless divine light would flash by. After a moment of dizziness, they inexplicably appeared in an unfamiliar world. This piece of heaven and earth was so vast, so thick and vast. The space was so solid, and the essence of heaven and earth was unbelievably rich. Before they could come back to their senses, a message appeared in their minds. Through the information in their minds, they knew that they were in the God realm, one of the 3 realms in the great 1,000 world of myriad races. They also knew why they were here. At the same time, they also knew some basic information about the 3 realms. However, before they could familiarize themselves with the current situation, they saw a group of God Kings from the nearby demon race army. They were brimming with killing intent, and it did not seem like they had come to settle them down with a single glance. Helpless, Xian Wuchen could only order the 60 God Kings from the profound spirit world to be on guard, and then form a large formation to defend against the enemy. Through the information in their minds, all the creatures in the profound spirit world knew that the ones in front of them were the infamous demon race in the great 1,000 world. They were ferocious, cruel, and did all kinds of evil. Today, they were unlucky to have appeared in the demon race's territory. Looking at the demon race's appearance, they were probably doomed. However, it was not Xian Wuchen's character to sit and wait for death. As the sect master of the profound spirit world's Haoranjin sect, he was also the leader of the profound spirit world. Even if there was no way out, he had to kill his way out. Even if he died, he had to fight to the end. He absolutely could not disgrace the integrity of the Haoranjin sect. Everyone knows about the demon race. Myriad realms returned to one. We fell into the demon race's territory. We can only say that we are unlucky. However, since the demon race wants to kill us, we can't just sit and wait for death. Even if we die, we have to drag some of the demon race to hell. Now, I order that we fight to the death. Xian Wuchen said to all the profound spirit world's myth realm cultivators behind him, "Since there is no way out, let's fight to the death." All the beings in the profound spirit world knew that today was not a good day. From the information in their minds, they had a rough understanding of the demon race, and the luck in their hearts disappeared. Under Xian Wuchen's command, the vast, infinite Big Dipper formation turned into a layer of golden enchantment, enclosing everyone in a light shield. When the 500 godly kings of the demon race saw the barrier formed by Haoran's boundless Big Dipper formation, the leader of the demon race's godly king suddenly had a thought. He felt that the formation in front of him was a little familiar, as if he had seen it before, but he couldn't remember where. When he came closer, he felt the unique and pure chi of Haoran. His heart skipped a beat, as if he had thought of something. To be safe, the leader of the demon race's peak godly king did not let everyone attack. Instead, he led 100 godly kings to attack together to test the waters. Xian Wuchen, who was inside the barrier, gathered the power of everyone in the formation and directly used the Haoranjin sect's heavenly dipper formation, which had been passed down since ancient times, Haoran's heavenly dipper formation. In the profound spirit world, there was also the existence of the universal heavenly dipper formation. After countless years of refinement, the power of Haoran's heavenly dipper formation had reached its peak. Xian Wuchen directly stood outside the barrier and used his sword techniques to fight with the godly kings of the demon race. As the battle continued, the peak godly king of the demon race's peak godly king's premonition grew stronger and stronger, especially when Xian Wuchen inadvertently shouted out Haoran's heavenly dipper formation. The peak godly king of the demon race's peak godly king's face changed, and he shouted, "Everyone stop!" Looking at the vigilant Xian Wuchen, the peak godly king of the demon race's peak godly king asked with a serious face, "Which world are you from? What does it have to do with Haoran's divine sect? What cultivation technique did you use just now?" Although Xian Wuchen was a little surprised by the godly king of the demon race's peak godly king's question, his own world was already destroyed, he wasn't afraid that the godly king would know. Xian Wuchen's expression was cold as he replied, 10,000 worlds return to one. Our world has already been destroyed, even if you know it's useless. As for the Howran's divine sect you speak of, I don't know. However, the sect I'm from is the Howranjan sect. We use the Howran's heavenly dipper formation. However, the demon race can kill us today, but the ancestors of our Howranjan sect, who ascended to the myriad races world, will avenge us. The godly king of the demon race continued to ask, "Who are the ancestors of your Howranjan sect?" After asking, the godly king of the demon race felt that his question was a little silly. He then said with some deliberation, "Do you know ye Howran?" When Xian Wuchen heard this, he suddenly looked at the godly king of the demon race and said, "Humph, don't waste your time. The human race is one of the 4 major races that coexist with the demon race. The ancestors of my Howranjan sect have cultivated for billions of years. At the very least, they're heavenly sovereigns. They won't be threatened by you." Seeing Xian Wuchen's reaction, the godly king of the demon race panicked. He didn't say anything and told his subordinates not to attack. He directly returned to Emperor Yue's direction. Emperor Yue was a little puzzled when he saw the people he sent out stop after attacking for a while. He then looked at the small commander of his personal guards and frowned. He emitted boundless Emperor's aura and asked, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to kill those ants? Why didn't you do it?" The godly king commander of the demon race knelt down on one knee and replied, "Emperor, I was going to kill those people. However, I discovered something and wanted to report it to you. I discovered that the leader of the lower realm people came from the Howranjan sect. His cultivation technique is of the same origin as the core cultivation technique of the Howran Divine sect. I also asked the leader if he knew that the leader of the Howran Divine sect was the sect master. Based on his reaction, I guessed that he should know. These people might be. Although the godly king commander didn't say what they might be, Emperor Yue could completely guess. They might be from the world where the emperor, empress of heaven, and the sect master of the Howran Divine sect came from before they ascended. They might even be from that Howranjan sect. Thinking of this, Emperor Yue broke out in cold sweat. Oh my, I almost caused a huge disaster. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor had clearly stated that all the lower realm creatures that had assimilated into the myriad races would be protected for 200 years. Perhaps they could secretly kill some unrelated people in their own territory without letting others know. The myriad races in the heavenly court would turn a blind eye to it. After all, the devil race had always been so bloodthirsty. The humans and other races wouldn't find trouble with the devil race just because of some lower realm creatures. However, if he killed the emperor and empress of heaven from before they ascended, he would be completely finished. Even the demon race's ancestor wouldn't be able to protect him. The entire demon race would be punished by the emperor. The experts of the other races would also attack the demon race. After all, he had committed a crime and killed the emperor and empress of heaven's fellow countrymen. The best outcome would be to burn their bones and scatter their ashes. Thinking of this, Emperor Yue looked at the kneeling godly king commander excitedly. He smiled and said, "You're called Blue Devil, right? Not bad, not bad. Very clever. You did the right thing. Don't touch these people for now. This emperor will reward you handsomely." The godly king commander called Blue Devil happily replied, "This subordinate thanks the emperor for your appreciation. This subordinate will definitely do anything for the emperor. Have your subordinates watch over them first. Don't let them run around. This emperor needs to talk to the human race and have them take these people away." Emperor Yue had already decided whether or not these people were from the emperor and empress of heaven's fellow countrymen. He had to send them away quickly to prevent any accidents. Chapter 479. However, before he could notify the experts of the human race through the God Realm Skynet, something happened in the Zhou void. Bright spatial ripples rippled, and a spatial door that was a few hundred feet wide appeared in the sky. A vast and mighty aura of righteousness swept across the boundless sky. A spatial door? Could it be that the people from the Haran Divine sect are here? Emperor Yu stood up in shock. As the great thousand worlds of the myriad races continued to expand, the spatial strength of the mortal realm, God realm, and heaven realm also continued to increase. In the past, heavenly venerables could open a spatial door and instantly traverse a distance of hundreds of millions of miles. However, that was in the past. Now, even in the God realm, heavenly venerables couldn't open a spatial door and traverse a great distance, let alone the heaven realm. After a long period of development, the mortal realm, God realm, and heaven realm had long been filled with all kinds of spatial teleportation arrays and spatial teleportation doors. However, spatial doors that could traverse great distances at any time didn't disappear. It was just that there were too few forces that could do it. Other than the heavenly court, there were only a few supreme, sacred grounds that had spatial treasures refined by supreme, heavenly venerables. Only then could they open spatial doors in the God realm. Obviously, regardless of whether it was the size of the spatial door or the vast aura of the people who came, Emperor Yu was very certain that the people from the Haran Divine sect of the God realm had come. However, how did they know that these people from the lower realm had landed in the demon area and pinpointed the location of the spatial door so accurately? Under the gaze of Emperor Yu and the others, the sect leader of the Haran Divine sect, Mo Xiaohan, and 10 elders of the Haran Divine sect of the God realm stepped out of the spatial tunnel and appeared in the sky. Haran's unparalleled young aura was like a sun that instantly dispersed the sinister aura of the demon area within a few million miles. Mo Xiaohan and the 10 elders who came were all peak great emperors. In terms of real power, each of them was stronger than Emperor Yu. Mo Xiaohan first looked at the people from the profound spirit world in the Golden Barrier. After seeing that they were safe and sound, he let out a slight sigh of relief. He then looked at Emperor Yu indifferently and said, "This emperor is the sect leader of the Haran Divine sect. You must be Emperor Yu of the demon area." Emperor Yu did not care about Mo Xiaohan's condescending tone. Putting aside the fact that he felt a fatal threat from Mo Xiaohan and the others, Mo Xiaohan's identity as the sect master of the Haran Divine sect was not someone he could provoke. If it were any other human race's emperor or sect leader of a supreme sacred ground, Emperor Yu wouldn't hesitate and wouldn't back down. However, the people from the Haran Divine sect were an exception. He really couldn't afford to offend them. The number one supreme sect of the 3 realms. They had the emperor and empress above their heads. The number of supreme heavenly venerables, ancient seeking heavenly venerables, and peak great emperors in the sect was also the most powerful force in the 3 realms. As long as the Haran Divine sect didn't take the initiative to cause trouble, no force or race was willing to offend the Haran Divine sect. Although the demon god heavenly sect that Emperor Yu was in also had supreme heavenly venerables in the heaven realm, they were nothing in front of the Haran Divine sect. This emperor is Yu. Sect leader Haran, you must be here for the people from the lower realms, right? Emperor Yu said calmly. That's right. These people came from the world before the emperor and empress ascended. A few days ago, the emperor used his supreme divine ability to bring them from the endless chaos to that world. These people also happened to land in the territory of the demon race. Fortunately, there was a clone of the emperor in that world. Our sect received instructions from the heaven realm and rushed over immediately. It seems like they didn't suffer any losses. Emperor Yu, you're very good. You're more outstanding than the other devil race emperors who only know how to kill. Mo Xiaohan praised. Hearing Mo Xiaohan's praise, Emperor Yu's expression was a little strange. At this moment, he was extremely conflicted. The human race and the demon race had always been enemies. Logically speaking, he should be filled with fear and hostility towards Mo Xiaohan and the others. However, he felt inexplicably honored. Also, after hearing Mo Xiaohan's words, Emperor Yu couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, he made an unnecessary move just now and let his personal guards attack. Fortunately, the commander of his personal guards, was very smart. Otherwise, he would be the one who was finished with his slap. These people were captured from the endless chaos by the emperor with great effort. If he killed them in a moment of pleasure, Emperor you couldn't imagine how others would look at him. Emperor you didn't know what to say. He could only smile awkwardly. God knows how many years it had been since he attacked others. It was still so awkward. Our sect will take these people away. Emperor you, our sect will explain to the heaven realm. It would be better if there were more rational people like Emperor Yu in the demon race. Mo Xiaohan sighed. Yu, can you stop talking? I'm afraid you don't know how many times I've fought against your human race and how many people I've killed. You're making me very uncomfortable, okay? How can I fight against your human race in the future? Emperor Yu kept complaining in his heart. However, on the surface, he could only look awkwardly at Mo Xiaohan and the others. He led the tens of thousands of people from the profound spirit world through the spatial gate and left. After letting out a long sigh, Emperor Yu calmed himself down and said, "Continue to move out and patrol the territory." Yes. The flourishing era of the mortal realm, the divine realm, the heaven realm, and even the entire great thousand world of the myriad races continued. The way of heaven controlled the entire great thousand world to expand and strengthen continuously. As time passed, the countless small thousand worlds and medium thousand worlds in the surrounding chaos were slowly pulled into the great thousand world by the way of heaven of the myriad races. With the addition of these countless creatures from the lower realms, the mortal realm and the divine realm had even more civilizations and changes, bursting forth with even more fruits of civilization. Following that, the evolution of the entire heavenly Tao became even faster, and the expansion of the entire world was constantly accelerating. 1 billion years passed after another. In the long period of time, the great thousand world had already swallowed all the medium and small worlds in the surrounding chaos. 95 billion years had passed in this era, and it was about to reach the end of this era. At this time, the great thousand world of the great thousand world had become incomparably prosperous and powerful. Compared to the beginning of this era, the great thousand world of the great thousand world had expanded by more than 3 times. The origin of heaven and earth had also expanded by at least 5 times. The 3 realms in the world, whether it was the mortal realm, God realm, or heaven realm, each realm space had expanded by about 5 times. The concentration of the essence of heaven and earth and the density of matter had also greatly increased. From the weakest cultivation level in the mortal realm to the supreme celestial master realm in the heaven realm, every cultivation level had been perfected to the extreme and had almost reached a perfect state. After a long period of time, the countless living beings of the 3 worlds had created countless resplendent achievements in cultivation, benefiting everyone greatly. The foundation and strength of every single cultivator in the world of the myriad races had already reached the highest level since the creation of the world. They could look down on any epoch since ancient times. The human race, demon race, heavenly saint race, and star spirit race were still the 4 most powerful races in the great thousand world. However, after a long period of development, the human clan had caught up with and surpassed the demon clan, heavenly saints clan, and star spirits clan in all aspects, regardless of the strength of the top, middle, and bottom. The demon race now had 6 perfected supreme celestial masters: Mo Tian, Mo Yu, Mo Xian, Mo Ling, and Mo Huan. The most powerful one, Ancestor Mo Tian, had already comprehended 15 types of laws of heaven and earth. There were more than 700 supreme celestial masters and more than 60,000 ancient celestial masters. They had long surpassed the peak strength of the demon race since its birth. Chapter 480. The Heavenly Saints tribe also had 6 perfected supreme heavenly venerates, namely Tian Yuan, Tian Xin, Tian Chen, Tian Heng, Tian Shu, and Tian Ji. The most powerful one, Patriarch Tian Yuan, had comprehended 16 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. The number of supreme heavenly venerates had reached 730, which was less than the demon race. The number of heavenly venerates had also exceeded 60,000. Because the star spirit race had the chaotic heavenly cycle infinite star array, they could continuously obtain merits and fate. Hence, they were stronger than the devil race and the heavenly saint race. There were a total of 7 perfected supreme heavenly venerates, including Star Mark, Star Glory, Star River, Star Cloud, Star Moon, and Star Sunday. The most powerful and oldest one, Patriarch Star Mark, had already surpassed Patriarch Tian Yuan and comprehended 17 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. There were also close to 800 supreme heavenly venerates from the Star Spirit tribe and 63,000 heavenly venerates from the heavenly venerates from the demon race and heavenly saints tribe. As for the most powerful human race, apart from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, Su Kong, Shenyang, Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, Yuan Shan, Su Mingxin, Zi Yunxian, Li Qingshi, Li Qingya, Yi Xianqin, Yi Xianlin, and Yi Tianyu had all ascended to the perfected supreme heavenly venerate level. Although they had only cultivated for a short period of time and could not be compared to the veteran, perfected supreme heavenly venerates from the demon race, heavenly saints tribe, and star spirit tribe, each of them had comprehended 2 to 3 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. As heaven and earth continued to expand and the heavenly way evolved, the difficulty of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth was not as difficult as it had been in the previous epochs. If Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, and their 8 powerful clones were included, Yi Tianzong had 4 clones. The human race had 23 perfected supreme heavenly venerates. In addition to the highest level of combat strength, the human race also had over 800 supreme heavenly venerates, over 64,000 ancients seeking heavenly venerates, and countless great emperors. Under the leadership of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, the human race caught up to and surpassed the demon race, heavenly saints tribe, and star spirit tribe in less than 19 billion years. The human race could be considered the overlord of the myriad races world. In addition to the human race, demon race, heavenly saints tribe, and star spirit tribe, the myriad races born in this epoch had developed for more than 940 billion years. The true dragon race, white tiger race, heavenly serpent race, green phoenix race, black bird race, and holy wings race had each given birth to a perfected supreme heavenly venerate powerhouse. The strongest existence in the rest of the myriad races was only an 8th step supreme heavenly venerate. Given the foundation of the myriad races, it was already beyond the expectations of the demon race, heavenly saints tribe, and star spirit tribe to have 6 perfected supreme heavenly venerates who had comprehended a type of law of heaven and earth to perfection. Even with the help of the 3-realm Skynet, it was already a miracle to become a perfected supreme heavenly venerate within an epoch. The perfected supreme heavenly venerates of the 3 races had all cultivated for at least 2 epochs before becoming perfected supreme heavenly venerates. The birth of a perfected supreme heavenly venerate from nothing in an epoch was unimaginable in the past. As for Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, the patriarchs of the demon race, heavenly saints tribe, and star spirit tribe did not take them into consideration at all. They could no longer be considered beings of the myriad races world. The 3 of them were existences who had broken the rules and could not be compared at all. Although there were only 6 perfected supreme heavenly venerates, the total number of supreme heavenly venerates in the myriad races exceeded 40,000, and the number of ancient heavenly venerates exceeded 1,000,000. Now, the overall strength of the myriad races' great thousand world had reached its peak since the birth of heaven and earth. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu sat in the Wushang Palace at the highest point of the heaven realm. Below them were powerhouses from the heavenly venerates of the heavenly courts, and above there were a total of more than 2,000 people. Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu were surrounded by boundless divine radiance that illuminated time and space. The power of laws condensed into long rivers that went deep into the unknown void with no end in sight. As their gazes flickered, the ultimate divine radiance illuminated the void as if opening up a boundless world. Everyone below was shocked and excited when they sensed Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's unfathomable, boundless, and supreme aura that suppressed time and space. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's contributions couldn't go unnoticed in the great thousand worlds of the myriad races. The countless living beings of the myriad races could develop to such an extent without any race disappearing in the long river of time. Without the three of them suppressing heaven and earth with their absolute, supreme strength, the three realms would not be so prosperous and orderly. In the tens of billions of years of cultivation, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had cultivated the 9 cycles of limitless secret technique to the 7th cycle, and the speed at which they comprehended the laws increased to 128 times. Under Yi Tianzong's control, he had already comprehended 270 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. He had comprehended 98% or 99% of 140 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. As for the remaining 2,500 types of laws of heaven and earth, he had comprehended 70% or more. Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu had comprehended 200 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. They had comprehended 98% or 99% of 100 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection, and they had comprehended 60% or more of the remaining laws of heaven and earth to perfection. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's strength continued to increase. Correspondingly, the strength of their clones also increased greatly. With the current strength of Yi Tianzong and the other two, it would not be a problem for them to sweep through everyone in the myriad races world. Looking at the experts below, Yi Tianzong spoke with great dignity. The end of the epic is coming. Are you all ready? Reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, we have followed your instructions and moved all the living beings of the mortal realm to the God realm. The ancient burial region, forbidden spirit lands, endless demon abyss, and shattered star ocean have set up 2 sturdy lines of defense within 100 trillion miles. Ancient Inquire Heaven and Great Emperors have also been deployed. Yi Tianzong nodded and said, I have a feeling that the epic calamity this time won't be as simple as the last one. It might be the last epic calamity. The chaotic, ferocious spirits will be unprecedentedly powerful, and the soul-devouring clan will reappear in the world. After pausing for a moment, Yi Tianzong continued, However, there's also good news. Due to the chaotic Elysian infinite formation, the origin of the world will continue to increase in this epoch, and the way of the heavens will become much more powerful. I've learned from the way of the heavens that the epic calamity this time will not only deal with the pressure from an unknown world, but it will also control the expansion of the 4 forbidden lands. As a result, the chaotic, ferocious spirits will not be amplified by their surroundings. If there's nothing else, go and prepare. I hope you'll appear before me again after the epic calamity. After everyone had left Wushang Heaven Palace, Yi Tianzong looked into the distance. It was as if he could see through the barrier of the world and through endless time and space. He saw the scene of countless chaotic, ferocious spirits roaring at the sky in an unknown world. Shen Yu's voice reverberated through Wushang Heaven Palace. That world is not simple. The chaotic, ferocious spirits and the soul-devouring clan are not to be underestimated. With the current strength of the myriad races world, if we don't deal with them carefully, who knows how many experts will disappear from the world. Haha, as long as we're safe, it's fine. As for the others, it'll depend on their own luck. As long as we're still here, the human race will continue to become the Overlord. It'll just take a bit more time. Anyway, cultivation takes a long time, so it's just something we can do along the way. Compared to other trivial matters, I'm more concerned about the soul-devouring clan and the chaotic, ferocious spirit ancestor. That world is a world formed after a celestial demon fell. However, The will of the celestial demon did not completely dissipate and became the way of the heavens of that vast world. The chaotic, ferocious spirit ancestor and the soul-devouring ancestor are the strongest experts in that world. The last time I went to that world, I felt threatened by them. This time I might be able to fight them. The days of being invincible are always too lonely. Yi Tianzong's tone was a bit excited. Yi Tianzong had controlled the immortal mansion to go to the unknown world where the chaotic, ferocious spirits resided several times. However, he was afraid that the way of the heavens of that world would discover him, so he did not come out. However, he had a general understanding of the situation of that world and its strength. Up to you. Whatever you want to do, we'll follow you, Xin Yu said indifferently. When we're done with the myriad races world, we'll go find your former immortal, God-great world and take revenge for you, Yi Tianzong said softly. Xin Yu's body stiffened. Then she relaxed and said, "Okay, don't think it's troublesome when the time comes." "Why would I?" "For you. Any trouble is not trouble," Yi Tianzong said. "Humph, sweet words." Although Xin Yu said disdainfully, she reached out and embraced Yi Tianzong in his arms. Yi Tianzong also smiled and hugged Xin Yu. On the other side, Ling Xinyue was already used to it. Chapter 481. As the end of the era approached, traces of chaotic, ferocious spirits appeared in the 4 lands of extremists of the Great Thousand World. However, the chaotic, ferocious spirits that appeared in the 4 lands of extremists were not limited to Emperor grade and heavenly venerate chaotic, ferocious spirits. Dozens of supreme, heavenly venerate chaotic, ferocious spirits appeared right from the start, as well as powerhouses from the soul-devouring clan. The powerhouses of the myriad races that had already set up heavy blockades around the periphery of the 4 lands of extremists exterminated the chaotic, ferocious spirits that broke out of the lands of extremists. The battle fortress that Yi Tianzong had once developed had been perfected and upgraded over billions of years. Its power had increased tremendously. Supreme grade, world-shaking, and Star Universe-grade battle fortresses that were the size of stars formed a solid blockade around the periphery of the forbidden spirit extremists, the endless demon abyss, the burial ancient region, and the shattered star ocean. As long as chaotic, ferocious spirits or powerhouses from the soul-devouring clan broke out of the 4 lands of extremists, countless battle fortresses would emit divine purification light to exterminate the chaotic, ferocious spirits with absolute power. The chaotic, ferocious spirits and powerhouses from the soul-devouring clan had probed several times over the past millions of years, but they had all been exterminated by the blockade set up by the powerhouses of the myriad races immediately. Perhaps because they knew that the myriad races world was powerful and not to be trifled with, the chaotic, ferocious spirits and powerhouses from the soul-devouring clan did not attack the myriad races world again. Only the endless destructive power in the 4 lands of extremists continued to attack the heavenly way power barrier. However, the powerhouses of the demon race, heavenly divine clan, and star spirit clan, who had experienced countless calamities of the eras, did not let their guard down. From the very beginning of this epic's calamity, the strength of the chaotic spirits was far greater than any of the previous epic's calamities. It seemed like the Sky Emperor was right. This might be the final battle. It was also the moment when the Soul Leader clan would return to dominate the myriad races world. Time passed slowly. The scale of the 4 lands of extremists gradually expanded under the stalemate between the destructive power and the heavenly way power. However, the heavenly way power barrier did not disappear. It firmly restrained the impact of the destructive power in the 4 lands of extremists, determined not to let the destructive power break out of the lands of extremists. Under such a stalemate, the number of chaos ferocious spirits and soul-devouring clan experts in the secret realms connected to the 4 perilous lands continued to accumulate. Their strength continued to grow as they waited for the final battle. When there were still 100,000 years before the end of the epic, the 4 most dangerous lands completely erupted. The endless power of destruction that drowned the entire universe kept smashing against the barrier of the great path of heaven with an unstoppable momentum. Under the impact of the monstrous power of destruction, the barrier, which was thousands of miles thick, seemed so thin and powerless. It kept trembling and gradually retreating, but it still stubbornly resisted the power of destruction and firmly sealed off the four lands of extremis, preventing the monstrous power of destruction from escaping from the lands of extremis. At the same time, in the boundless chaos beyond the worlds of all races, two indescribable supreme powers that spanned the past, present, and future were engaged in an invisible and unfathomable confrontation. It was a contest between the heavenly way of the worlds of all races and the heavenly way of another unknown world. Under the immeasurable power of the divine might, the boundless chaos was so fragile and insignificant. Time and space were severed, fate was overturned, endless chaotic destruction storms raged, chaotic destruction, thunder resounded through the ancient time and space. Countless chaotic space black holes appeared and disappeared, and boundless small kiliocosms were created and destroyed. Under the confrontation of the two undying supreme powers, no perfected supreme, celestial venerate would be able to withstand the impact. In the worlds of all races, the chaos ferocious spirits and soul-devouring clan experts that had gathered in the four lands of extremis for millions of years all swarmed out of the chaotic secret realms in the depths of the lands of extremis and charged toward the great thousand world outside the lands of extremis. Endless chaos ferocious spirits and soul-devouring clan experts roared as they charged out of the heavenly way barrier. The myriad races guarding the periphery of the lands of extremis immediately attacked the chaos ferocious spirits and soul-devouring clan experts with all their might. This time, the supreme celestial venerate spirits and soul-devouring clan experts took the lead. After charging out of the heavenly way barrier outside the lands of extremis, the supreme celestial venerate of the soul-devouring clan launched his most powerful innate divine ability, Soul Roar. This was an offensive divine ability that targeted the mind and soul of cultivators. It relied on the ubiquitous soul order in the worlds of all races to directly attack the enemy's soul, regardless of distance. Countless myriad races experts outside the lands of extremis perished instantly due to the soul roar of the soul-devouring clan expert. Countless battle fortresses also fell from the sky due to the deaths of their controllers. Behind the soul-devouring clan experts, the chaos ferocious spirits at the level of supreme, celestial venerate, and great emperors and soul-devouring clan experts followed closely behind and launched their attacks. Then heavenly venerate, great emperor, and god-king level chaos ferocious spirits and soul-devouring clan experts appeared continuously from the lands of extremis as though there was no end to them. The myriad races supreme, celestial venerates from the world of myriad races naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch when the soul-devouring clan and chaos ferocious spirits supreme, celestial venerates attacked. After more than 10 billion years of continuous improvement, the cultivation system of the myriad races world had been perfected to the peak. They would only be stronger than the chaos ferocious spirits and soul-devouring clan experts at the same level. The myriad races experts who had comprehended the soul order directly faced the soul-devouring clan experts. The rest of the myriad races world's experts who hadn't comprehended the soul order either teamed up in 2s and 3s to deal with the soul-devouring clan or the chaos ferocious spirits. At the same time, the battle fortresses surrounding the lands of extremis didn't stop attacking the chaos ferocious spirits and soul-devouring clan experts. The overwhelming, purifying divine light illuminated trillions of miles of space-time. For countless years, the myriad races world had made a lot of preparations under Yi Tianzong's instructions in order to deal with the epic calamity. The great formation of sealing sky and earth decimating ground was set up in the sky and earth around the four lands of extremis. Any living being that entered the great formation of sealing sky and earth decimating ground would be unable to leave the range of the great formation as long as they weren't perfected supreme celestial venerates. In this way, The chaos that broke out in the four lands of extremis was controlled within the space of trillions of miles, preventing it from affecting the celestial realm and celestial realm. Thus, it couldn't cause more damage to the myriad races world. Streaks of perfected supreme celestial venerates that traversed space-time and looked down on the past, present, and future erupted from the four lands of extremis. All the perfected supreme celestial venerates of the myriad races guarding the forbidden spirit extremis, endless demon abyss, burial ancient region, and shattered star ocean also released their respective auras immediately to welcome the perfected supreme celestial venerates and chaos ferocious spirits and soul-devouring clan experts, luring them into outer space for a decisive battle. In the myriad races world, there were a total of 48 perfected supreme celestial venerates, including the original bodies and clones of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. There were a total of 42 perfected supreme celestial venerates, 20 perfected supreme celestial venerates, and 22 perfected supreme celestial venerates from the soul-devouring clan experts. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu also sent out their clones to fight. Due to the battle between the 84 perfected supreme celestial venerates, there was an unprecedented turmoil in outer space. Countless small and middle worlds were opened up because of the battle, but they were instantly destroyed by the collision of destructive forces in the blink of an eye. Earth, fire, water, and wind wreaked havoc while chaotic destructive storms swept across. Divine thunder that could destroy everything resounded in the endless void. Space-time, karma, and destiny were like toys under the invincible forces that spanned across time and space. Streaks of ultimate divine radiance that could split heaven and earth dissipated into the boundless, chaotic space-time. While the perfected supreme, celestial venerates of the myriad races, chaos ferocious spirits, and soul-devouring clan experts were unleashing their supreme forces in the endless, chaotic space, another change occurred in the myriad races world. An aura that far exceeded that of an ordinary perfected supreme celestial venerate emerged from the spirit forbidden extremis and the ancient sky burial region. The moment these two auras appeared, they turned into boundless nomological waves that broke through the seal of the sealing heaven decimation array and swept across the three realms and the boundless void of the myriad races world. From the end of time, one could only see two hazy figures with indescribable divine might. They walked out from the depths of the forbidden spirit forbidden land and the ancient sky burial region, step by step. Gods and demons kowtowed, and the natural laws built a bridge. A supreme gray and dark aura invaded the long river of time. All the experts of a myriad races who were fighting in the surroundings of the spirit forbidden extremis and the ancient sky burial region were shaken to the core by these two lawless auras. Their bodies felt like they were being torn apart, and they were unable to move for a moment. Chapter 482. Primal Chaos Patriarch, Spirit Devourer Patriarch, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Just as the powerhouses in the spirit forbidden extremis and the sky burial ancient region were in despair, a mighty voice from above the 9 heavens lifted them from their perilous situation. The divine radiance that illuminated the past, present, and future illuminated the greater 1,000 races. The countless living beings in the 3 realms and the experts of the myriad races in the 4 perilous lands could only see that at the center of the heavenly court in the heaven realm, the heavenly emperor and the heavenly empress, who were incomparably dignified and surrounded by boundless golden light and purple energy, stood up from their divine thrones that represented the greater 1,000 races. If you want to conquer the universe of the myriad races, you have to get past me first. You are considered formidable people, so it's beneath your dignity to make things difficult for the people below you. I will be waiting for you in the chaos space. After Yi Tianzong said that, he, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu took a step forward, and a 1,000,000-mile-wide golden path extended into the chaos space outside the myriad races world. The primal chaos ferocious spirit ancestor and the spirit devourer patriarch had not expected that there would be powerhouses like Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu in the myriad races world. Upon hearing that, they snorted, but did not continue to make things difficult for the other people in the myriad races world. Instead, they took a step forward and headed toward the chaos space outside the myriad races world. A great battle that shook the chaos space broke out. Yi Tianzong faced the spirit devourer patriarch alone, while Ling Xinyue and Shan Yu faced the primal chaos ferocious spirit ancestor. The commotion caused by the battle between the 5 extremely powerful perfected supreme heavenly venerates was greater than the commotion caused by the battle between the 84 perfected supreme heavenly venerates on the other side. The chaos space was turbulent and on the verge of shattering. Time and space were so fragile in the face of a mighty force that could destroy everything. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, the primal chaos ferocious spirit ancestor, and the spirit devourer patriarch transformed into giants that were millions of feet tall. They moved unhindered in the chaos space and fought fiercely. Nothing could stop their attacks. The 3 supreme divine swords that were indestructible and slashed at the primal chaos ferocious spirit ancestor and the spirit devourer patriarch with the power of chaos. Their weapons collided with each other, creating an extremely destructive shockwave that even affected the other supreme heavenly venerate battlefield. The primal chaos ferocious spirit ancestor had existed in an unknown world for countless epochs. Legend had it that the primal chaos ferocious spirit ancestor was already a consummate, supreme, heavenly venerate when that world appeared. His strength continued to grow as time passed. Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu could sense that the chaos ferocious spirit ancestor had comprehended at least 190 types of laws of heaven and earth. This was because the 2 of them could only firmly suppress the chaotic, ferocious spirit ancestor when they worked together. If they fought him alone, they would only be evenly matched and would not be able to gain the upper hand. On the other side, Yi Tianzong, who was fighting against the soul-devouring patriarch, was slowly venting the desire to fight that he had suppressed for so long. The soul-devouring patriarch's strength really surprised Yi Tianzong. He could sense that the soul-devouring patriarch had comprehended at least 220 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. His strength was unimaginably powerful. Even with Yi Tianzong's current strength of 270 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection, he only had a slight advantage and was unable to end the battle in a short period of time. He was very curious as to how the soul-devourer patriarch cultivated. It must be known that the soul-devourer patriarch was able to comprehend so many laws of heaven and earth to perfection because he had encountered an unparalleled opportunity. The foundation he had laid was so solid that there was almost no one in the universe who could match him. The more laws of heaven and earth one comprehended, the greater the pressure on the cultivator. According to Yi Tianzong's estimation of the potential of the beings in the great 1,000 worlds, comprehending 50 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection was the limit. Clearly, the soul-devouring patriarch had other opportunities in another world. Yi Tianzong was surprised, but the soul-devouring patriarch was horrified. When he decided to launch an all-out attack on the great 1,000 worlds this time, he did not take the experts in the great 1,000 worlds seriously. As a race born in the great 1,000 worlds, the soul-devouring patriarch knew the potential and limits of the beings in the great 1,000 worlds very well. With the help of the great way of the other world, he had awakened an extremely heaven-defying innate divine ability beyond common sense. It was the soul-devouring divine ability. All members of the soul-devouring clan could strengthen themselves by devouring the souls and divine souls of any living beings. However, the soul-devouring divine ability that the soul-devouring divine ability had awakened could not only strengthen himself by devouring the divine souls and divine souls of other living beings, but it could also devour the laws of heaven and earth that others had comprehended and cultivated. In this way, the soul-devouring patriarch's cultivation speed had simply created a miracle. In just 3 million years, he had become a perfected supreme, heavenly venerable expert. Moreover, with the intentional indulgence of the great way of the other world. The soul-devouring patriarch had hunted and devoured countless chaotic, ferocious spirits and supreme talents of the soul-devouring clan over the endless years. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth to perfection had also increased, until now, with the support of the great way of the other world, the soul-devouring patriarch had already comprehended 230 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. This time, he and the chaotic, ferocious spirit patriarch were driven by the great way of the other world and came to the great thousand worlds to cooperate with the great way of the other world to conquer the great thousand worlds. They wanted to weaken the power of the great way of the great thousand worlds by annihilating the beings in the great thousand worlds and destroying the great way of the great thousand worlds. Who would have thought that as soon as they entered the great thousand worlds, 3 powerhouses that posed a great threat to them would pop out before they could even make a move? After they started fighting in the chaos, he and the chaotic, ferocious spirit patriarch could not defeat them. Now they were in trouble. However, what the soul-devouring patriarch and the chaotic, ferocious spirit patriarch did not know was that, as a precaution, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had each left a clone to guard the great thousand worlds to prevent other perfected supreme heavenly venerates from appearing. The battle between the 5 of them became more and more intense. The shattered space-time fragments flew into the immeasurable chaos void. Under the boundless mighty force of the great thousand worlds, it was easy for the heavens to split open the earth. The collision of nomological origins and divine abilities drowned the boundless chaos void. The battle scene became wider and wider until it eventually spread to another perfected, supreme battlefield in the distance. How is this possible? This is too exaggerated. How can they be so powerful? Regardless of whether it was the perfected supreme heavenly venerates from the great thousand worlds, the chaotic, ferocious spirit patriarch, or the soul-devouring clan, a total of 84 perfected supreme heavenly venerates were attracted by the battle between Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, the chaotic, ferocious spirit patriarch, and the soul-devouring patriarch. They were all shocked that there was such a powerful existence in the other party's camp. The strength displayed by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, the chaotic, ferocious spirit patriarch, and the soul-devouring patriarch had refreshed the horizons of the perfected supreme heavenly venerates. To put it bluntly, none of them had the power to fight back against Yi Tianzong and the other 4. The shock and despair in their hearts were indescribable when they saw the 200, 230, 270, and other types of nomological origin divine lights surrounding Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, the chaotic, ferocious spirit patriarch, and the soul-devouring patriarch. The clones of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu all possessed 80% of their original strength. Therefore, after experiencing the enemy's methods, the 3 clones of Yi Tianzong and the 2 clones of Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu killed their respective enemies with absolute strength and quickly ended the battle. After dealing with their respective enemies, the clones of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu crossed a great distance and arrived at the battlefield where Yi Tianzong and the others were, and joined the battle. The chaotic, ferocious spirit patriarch and the soul-devouring patriarch were no match for Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu to begin with, not to mention the 5 extremely powerful helpers. The chaotic, ferocious spirit patriarch and the soul-devouring patriarch immediately fell into an absolute disadvantage. Not copper, not iron, not steel, once hidden in the chaotic void, not refined by the reversal of yin and yang, the primal chaos water and fire quenched the sharpness, killing the gods, trapping the gods in red light everywhere, peerless the gods, endless miraculous changes, staining the clothes with the blood of gods and devils in the heavens. A series of ancient and mysterious chants rang out from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's main bodies and clones, resounding through the river of time and space. Yi Tianzong and his 3 doppelgangers, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, and their doppelgangers formed a primal chaos god-slaying sword formation that covered the boundless primal chaos and slaughtered primal chaos gods and devils. The chaos god-slaying sword formation was very similar to the god-slaying sword formation in Yi Tianzong's memory. It was one of the top super formations in the inheritance of the Immortal Mansion. The complete peak of the chaotic deity's sword formation was a supreme, killing formation of the great Tao that surpassed the greater thousand worlds and could slaughter all the gods and devils in the heavens. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had merely imitated the chaos god-slaying sword formation. Even so, the power of the sword formation shocked the primal chaos and all the perfected supreme heavenly venerates of the myriad races world, the primal chaos ferocious spirits and the soul devourer clan. The soul devourer ancestor and the primal chaos ferocious spirit ancestor, who had been barely able to resist, were unable to retaliate when they were attacked by the primal chaos sword chi of the two sword formations. They shrieked in despair, and in just a few days, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu's primal chaos sword chi shattered their bodies, destroyed their wills, and destroyed their souls. Only their nomological origins were kept by the three of them. It's over. The ancestor has been completely wiped out by the enemy. What hope is there left? The primal chaos ferocious spirits and the perfected supreme heavenly venerates of the Soul Devourer clan had no will to fight at all. They turned to flee in all directions, trying to escape the fate of being wiped out. However, the perfected supreme heavenly venerates of the myriad races world, whose morale had been greatly boosted, certainly wouldn't let them off. They all chased after the enemies into the endless chaos. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, and their doppelganger naturally didn't stay idle. They all took action one after another to deal with the primal chaos ferocious spirits and the soul devourer clans, powerhouses who wanted to flee. Apart from capturing and sealing the four primal chaos ferocious spirits and the perfected supreme heavenly venerate of the soul devourer clan, Yi Tianzong and the other two injured the remaining enemies and handed them over to the powerhouses of the myriad races world to deal with. This was considered an opportunity for them to make contributions. Chapter 483. The chaotic ferocious spirits and the perfected supreme celestial venerables of the soul-devouring race were dealt with by the experts of the myriad races world. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu's original bodies and clones returned to the myriad races world. As soon as they returned to the myriad races world, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu received a message from the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world. Now that all the top powers of that world are either dead or injured, we can take advantage of this opportunity to devour that world. By then, the origin of the myriad races world will increase greatly. In return, our speed of comprehending nomological laws will also increase greatly. What do you think? Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyue and Xinyu as he asked. Then let's do it and completely destroy that world, Xinyu said proudly and decisively. I think we can do it, Ling Xinyue agreed. Yes, I think so too. Let's help the heavenly Tao then, Yi Tianzong said. After leaving 3 clones to oversee the myriad races world, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu ignored the endless chaotic ferocious spirits and entered the spirit forbidden impasse. They went to the chaotic secret realm that was connected to the depths of the forbidden impasse. Then they entered another unknown world through the space-time tunnel in the depths of the chaotic secret realm. The 3 of them came here with their original bodies and did not hide their whereabouts at all. Previously, when they controlled the Immortal Mansion to come to this world, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 did not dare to reveal their traces because of the heavenly Tao of this world. Otherwise, they would be suppressed by the heavenly Tao of this world. This time, the heavenly Tao of this world was entangled with the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world and could not take care of them. In this way, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were not afraid of exposing their traces. Even if the heavenly Tao of this world and the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world stopped fighting, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 could immediately hide in the immortal mansion. With their current strength, even the heavenly Tao of the vast world's world could not easily suppress them. Standing in the vast space, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu looked at the endless chaotic ferocious spirits, from newborn to the emperors and heavenly venerables. There was an endless amount of them all, and heavenly venerables, heavenly Tao of this world. The ferocious spirits, born world, should be Tao of destruction and Tao. Destruction, great Tao of massacre Tao. Before it, world's ferocious spirits were with Tao of destruction with Tao. Ordinary attacks have no effect on the heavenly Tao of this world. It looks like we can only use a blood sacrifice, Yi Tianzong said after some consideration. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu's original bodies and clones each crossed a great distance and arrived in a certain direction. Afterwards, they turned into towering giants and unleashed their peak auras, sweeping across the boundless universe. Countless chaotic, ferocious spirits and soul-devouring clan experts were swept away by the auras of 8 supreme existences. They lost the ability to resist. A mighty force that shook space and time erupted. All the chaotic, ferocious spirits and soul-devouring clan experts in the boundless sky were pushed by Yi Tianzong, Shenyu, and Shenyu's clones to gather at the center. A total of 8 supreme existences pushed the chaotic, ferocious spirits and soul-devouring clan members towards the center of the world. Afterwards, the 8 supreme figures each cast out a series of mysterious and ancient inscriptions. Countless mysterious and ancient inscriptions appeared in the world, rapidly expanding to a size of billions of kilometers. They connected with each other and formed a shimmering silver barrier, trapping all the chaotic, ferocious spirits and soul-devouring clan members in this world. When the last inscription was cast out, the colossal barrier that spanned billions of kilometers completely closed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu's clones merged with their original bodies as well. Countless primordial origin crystal veins in their internal worlds burned, replenishing the Tao Yuan that they had consumed earlier. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu stood in the positions of heaven, earth, and man. Then they used the great blood sacrifice ability at the same time. The great blood sacrifice ability was an extremely vicious ability inherited from the immortal mansion. It could be used to sacrifice any living or non-living thing, or even an entire world, to connect to an infinitely mighty existence in the unseen world. Then one's own strength would increase tremendously. This ability was extremely vicious and vicious. If used excessively, one would suffer from the unseen karma and retribution. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu attacked together. As they used the great blood sacrifice ability, an indistinct, majestic altar that suppressed the boundless great Tao space and time appeared above the 3 of them. Although it was only indistinct, it was impossible to describe the majesty and vastness of this altar. At a closer look, every speck of dust on the altar was a greater world. This was a supreme altar that surpassed the heavens formed from the boundless greater worlds and the chaotic heavenly domain. Within the boundary that spanned billions of kilometers below the 3 of them, countless chaotic spirits and members of the soul-devouring clan screamed and howled in despair. A power that surpassed the laws of space and time turned them into a blood-red torrent of energy, directly rushing towards the majestic altar that surpassed the heavens. After the majestic altar absorbed the boundless sea of energy, a bright silver stream of energy was reflected back to Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu. After receiving the silver stream of energy, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu's auras greatly increased. The power within their bodies increased 3-fold, and their powerful auras caused the endless galaxies and space-time around them to distort. The indistinct altar dissipated and vanished without a trace. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu did not pay it any mind. The explosive increase in power within their bodies could only last for a minute. The three of them did not waste any time and directly used a combination ability that they had not used in a long time: boundless infinitum, yin-yang fusion. A tricolored beam of light that surpassed space-time, fate, and samsara shot into the galaxy, charging into the unseen space-time at a speed that surpassed the speed of the world. Boom! Crack! A sound that caused the entire world and the endless chaos to tremble resounded. In the unknown world, endless galaxies fell. Frenzied spatial forces and spatial storms wreaked havoc endlessly. The earth cracked and the sky collapsed. The entire vast firmament was on the verge of destruction. Boom! Roar! Another roar that was filled with endless anger shook the space-time chaos. Everything in this world lost its order and support. Countless stars shattered and looked like the crumbling earth. Huge spatial cracks that spanned hundreds of millions of miles appeared in the sky. Nomological laws collapsed. Chaotic chi from the outer space poured into the world, constantly eroding the entire world that was on the verge of collapse. What's going on? What was that sound just now? All the perfected supreme, heavenly venerables in the world of myriad races, and even the chaos beyond the outer space, looked in horror at the chaos that had turned the world upside down and had fallen into a state of frenzied destruction. The two consecutive sound waves that swept across the chaotic space-time had directly overturned these perfected supreme, heavenly venerables and sent them tumbling for an unknown distance. Even the beings in the three realms in the world of myriad races thought that the end of the world was coming when they saw the shaking three realms and the crumbling starry sky. Ah! The sound waves that were mixed with anger, despair, and destruction once again swept across the past, present, and future, as well as the boundless chaotic void. The bewildered, perfected, supreme, heavenly venerables were once again swept across an unknown distance by the unparalleled sound waves. They drifted in the chaos in a daze and left the range of the world of myriad races. Even the three realms in the world of myriad races shook. The stars swayed, the nine heavens churned, countless space-time cracks appeared everywhere in the world, and chaotic spatial energy wreaked havoc. In another unknown world, the entire world had completely fallen into an irreversible process of destruction. The power of the world's origin source was constantly flowing into another inexplicable space-time. A dim, tricolored beam of light shot out of an inexplicable space-time and appeared in the midst of the destruction. When the beam of light disappeared, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Xinyu appeared in a sorry state. Chapter 484. I still underestimated how difficult it is to deal with the heavenly Tao of this world. Fortunately, we used the blood, sacrifice divine ability before, and our strength increased greatly. Otherwise, we might have died when we attacked the heavenly Tao this time, Yi Tianzong said with lingering fear. In a super pinnacle upper-class world, the power of the heavenly Tao was unimaginable. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shenyu had used the blood, sacrifice divine ability to triple the power in their bodies. They also used the forbidden divine ability to cooperate with the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world to attack the heavenly Tao of the chaos-fierce spirit world. Even so, they still narrowly escaped death. After the three of them used the forbidden divine ability, they had the power to threaten the heavenly Tao. They broke through the layers of power of the chaos-fierce spirit world's heavenly Tao and attacked the heavenly Tao's body 3 times in a row, directly causing considerable damage to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao of the myriad races world also seized the opportunity to fully suppress and devour the heavenly Tao origin and world origin of the chaos-fierce spirit world. However, the will of the heavenly Tao of the chaos-fierce spirit world was originally formed from the last consciousness of a fallen god. Naturally, it was unwilling to be devoured just like that. Its counterattack was also extremely fierce. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shenyu were also restrained by the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world. It took them a lot of effort to escape from the heavenly Tao space. At this moment, the three of them had less than 10% of their strength. Their indestructible supreme Tao body was also heavily injured and needed to recover in time. After recovering a little bit of strength in his body, Yi Tianzong said, "Let's go back. The outcome has been decided. This world is about to be completely destroyed. We also need to heal." Okay, the space-time tunnel that connected to the Chaos Secret Realm in the depths of the Spirit Forbidden Land had long been destroyed. Yi Tianzong controlled the Immortal Mansion and brought Ling Xinyue and Xinyu back to the Myriad Races world. After returning to the Myriad Races world, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu returned to the supreme heavenly court in the Heaven Realm. They sat on the seats of the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress, which represented supreme authority. Then they released their clones and had them protect them. Then they began to heal. The boundless energy of heaven and earth and fate of heaven and earth gathered on the three of them. The injuries on their supreme Tao bodies were also recovering bit by bit. The supreme Tao Yuan in their bodies was also recovering. Without the support of the other world, the countless chaotic ferocious spirits and members of the soul-devouring clan in the four most dangerous lands were like rootless duckweeds. After paying a hefty price, all the chaotic ferocious spirits and members of the soul-devouring clan in the four most dangerous lands were either killed or captured. The heavenly Tao of the Myriad Races world had also completely defeated the heavenly Tao of the other world and was devouring the origin energy of the other world with all its might. The foundation and origin of the Myriad Races world were constantly growing, and the power of the heavenly Tao was also increasing. The range of the four most dangerous lands was constantly shrinking. The perfected supreme heavenly venerates who had finally returned to the Myriad Races world from the boundless chaos also took the opportunity to attack the four most dangerous lands with all their might under the lead of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's clones. They directed the endless destructive power to the chaos beyond the heavens. After spending a total of 400 years, the Spirit Forbidden Land, the endless demon abyss, the ancient sky region, and the shattered star ocean, which had existed for tens of thousands of eras and brought endless disasters and destruction to the beings of the Myriad Races world, finally disappeared completely under the continuous attack of nearly 50 perfected supreme heavenly venerates. With the disappearance of the four most dangerous lands and the 4 weak spatial barriers of the Myriad Races world, the Myriad Races world no longer had any hidden dangers and could finally develop freely. After completely destroying the 4 most dangerous lands, the entire Myriad Races world shook violently and began to expand rapidly after 10,000 years of brewing and digesting. A powerful world that was equivalent to 1/3 of the previous Myriad Races world was annexed, and the origin of the Myriad Races world increased greatly. In just 10,000 years, it expanded by 1/5. The mortal realm, celestial realm, and celestial realm also expanded their vast territories at the same time. After the expansion of the world ended, all the myriad races that had survived the epic tribulation also received rewards from the heavenly Tao. The luck of the races increased to varying degrees. Not only did the powerhouses above the heavenly venerate realm receive merit rewards from the heavenly Tao, but their speed of comprehending nomological laws would also increase tenfold within 10,000 years. The ones who received the most benefits were Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. As the greatest contributors, they helped the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world defeat the heavenly Tao of another world. In particular, it was the heavenly Tao of the chaotic, ferocious spirit world that had harmed the myriad races world for countless years and greatly damaged its vitality. The feedback from the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world to Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu was astonishing. Not only did the heavenly Tao bestow upon them countless merits, and purple clouds evolved from the origin of the heavenly Tao, but the 3 of them were also allowed to comprehend the 3,000 nomological laws of heaven and earth for 1,000,000 years. Their own luck also increased greatly, and their cultivation speed increased by several times. Even the authority of the myriad races world that the 3 of them controlled increased from the original 10% to 30%. What did 30% of the authority of the myriad races world represent? It meant that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu could mobilize 30% of the origin of the entire myriad races world. This was an extremely terrifying authority and power. Time did not count in the chaos. In the endless chaos, there were countless worlds of various sizes scattered in the corners of the chaos. In a vast expanse of chaos, there was an indescribably vast world that was suppressing the chaos. From afar, this was an extremely vast and boundless world. It was like a giant beast of the great Tao, wandering through the boundless primal chaos at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, it constantly breathed in and out boundless primal chaos chi. This was the great thousand world of myriad races. Time flowed without a trace. 10 eras had passed in the myriad races world since the complete destruction of the 4 perilous lands. The mortal realm, the divine realm, and the heaven realm coexisted. The myriad races were extremely prosperous, and the heavenly court was still the supreme existence that ruled the 3 realms. Without the threat of the epical calamity, the development of the myriad races world experienced an explosive period that lasted for 5 billion years. Then it was a long period of stability. After 10 eras and nearly 130 billion years of development and accumulation, the number of perfected supreme heavenly venerates in the myriad races world had reached 160. Apart from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu, the human race had 32 perfected supreme heavenly venerates, 10 perfected supreme heavenly venerates from the demon race, 10 perfected supreme heavenly venerates from the heavenly saints tribe, 12 perfected supreme heavenly venerates from the star spirit tribe, and a total of 103 perfected supreme heavenly venerates from the myriad races world. In addition to the perfected supreme heavenly venerates, the human race also had the highest number of supreme heavenly venerates in the 3 realms. They had completely pulled away from the demon race, the heavenly saints tribe, and the star spirit tribe. Yi Tianzong had originally envisioned the human race as the emperor, the demon race, the heavenly saints tribe, and the star spirit tribe as the king, the 100 races as the marquis, and the myriad races as the myriad races. Chapter 485. After 10 eras, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu's strength had greatly improved. Yi Tianzong's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth had increased to 1,236 types, and he had comprehended more than 80% of the remaining laws of heaven and earth. Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth had reached 1,057 types, and they had comprehended more than 70% of the remaining laws of heaven and earth. The more laws of heaven and earth one comprehended to perfection, the greater the pressure and rejection one would face when trying to comprehend more laws of heaven and earth. Even people like Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu, who had relied on supreme opportunities to establish the foundation and potential of various geniuses, felt that every step forward was extremely difficult after comprehending 1,000 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. When comprehending more laws of heaven and earth, one's soul would be under great pressure, and one would have to divert a large portion of one's power to suppress the origin of laws of heaven and earth in one's body. Yi Tianzong knew that this was the limit of their potential. Unless they encountered some other great opportunity, they would at most stop at comprehending 1,500 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. It was not impossible to comprehend 3,000 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection, but it was impossible with the current foundation and strength of the 3 of them. There was absolutely no living being in the universe that could comprehend 3,000 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection in one go. In order to comprehend even more types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu came up with a method, which was to create billions of clones and send their soul clones into the universe. As long as these clones could comprehend the other 1,700 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection, they could use the moment all the clones returned to become the most powerful, perfected, supreme, heavenly venerate, and then directly prove their Tao as a celestial demon. 10 eras, nearly 130 billion years. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu left their doppelgangers behind, and then controlled the vast expanse of Mortal Mansion to travel through the endless primal chaos, crossing an immeasurable distance. In the boundless primal chaos, they encountered hundreds of vast thousand worlds, among which were 7 peak vast thousand worlds. Only the pinnacle vast thousand worlds had complete laws of heaven and earth. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu joined forces and borrowed the power of the Immortal Mansion to use the Fate Heaven secret, sending their soul clones into the 7 pinnacle vast thousand worlds, without anyone noticing. In each pinnacle vast thousand world, the 3 of them sent over 100 clones, one after another. Among the 7 great worlds, there was a world called the Immortal God Great Thousand, which was the world where Xinyu had lived in her first life. After leaving behind their clones, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 inquired about the situation in the vast thousand worlds, and then left the vast thousand worlds. Opening his eyes, Yi Tianzong looked at Xinyu and said, "With our preparations, it's enough to open the netherworld samsara. In another 100 million years of preparation, we'll officially declare war on the vast thousand worlds and completely destroy that world. Those who once besieged you will definitely pay the price. Let's get the netherworld samsara out first. There's no hurry about the vast thousand worlds. Anyway, that world won't run away." Xin Yu replied, That's good too." Opening the netherworld samsara was a very troublesome and difficult matter, because the existence of the netherworld samsara not only involved the reincarnation law, but also the time law, space law, soul law, cause and effect law, yin and yang law, 5 elements law, creation law, merit law, karma law, and so on. It was a very large and complicated structure. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had also comprehended all the laws involved to perfection before they had some confidence in opening the netherworld samsara. Then, after a long period of time, they made a lot of preparations. Only then did they have the confidence to open the netherworld samsara and perfect the vast thousand worlds of the myriad races. In Yi Tianzong's imagination, the netherworld samsara that he opened was based on the myths and legends of his first lifetime. The entrance to the netherworld had a netherworld gate, and walking in was the road to the underworld. Red spider, lilies bloomed on both sides of the road. At the end of the road to the underworld was the bridge of helplessness, and under the bridge of helplessness was the river of forgetfulness. At the end of the bridge of helplessness was a platform of 3 lives, and on the platform of 3 lives stood a stone of 3 lives. The stone of 3 lives recorded the past, present, and future lives. The function of the stone of 3 lives was to distinguish the good and evil of the dead souls. The good souls could continue to walk past the platform of 3 lives and continue to walk through the netherworld path to the Hall of Merit. According to the amount of merit, the status of the next reincarnation would be determined. Before reincarnating, they would need to drink the worry-free water to erase the memories of their previous lives. Then, they would enter the path of reincarnation to reincarnate. According to the race that the dead soul belonged to, the path of reincarnation would still allow the dead soul to reincarnate into the race that it belonged to in its previous life. And those dead souls that were judged as evil by the stone of 3 lives would be taken away by the people in charge of the netherworld realm. They would suffer different levels of purgatory punishment until they had cleared their sins and karma. Only then could they be reincarnated. Yi Tianzong planned to set up 10 kings in the netherworld realm. They were the underworld supremes who were in charge of the netherworld realm. Under the underworld supremes were the underworld supremes, including the underworld supremes, the longevity supremes, the heroic spirit supremes, the Je'in supremes, the Yama supremes, the equal supremes, the black hell supremes, the Azura supremes, the underworld supremes, and the reincarnation supremes. The Netherworld realm was under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. The Underworld Supremes were second only to the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress. They were on par with Ancestor Wushang, or even higher. The 10 Kings of Hell were on par with the Heavenly Supremes. Under the 10 Kings of Hell, each King of Hell was in charge of 36 underworld gods and 24 underworld marshals. Every underworld god was on par with the Heavenly Supremes. Every underworld marshal was on par with the underworld gods and commanded an army of 1 billion. Under the underworld gods and underworld marshals, there were underworld officials, underworld knights, underworld generals, and Yin soldiers. After recalling the design of the Netherworld Samsara for the last time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu stood up from the seats of the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress. Then, the 3 of them erupted with boundless light and boundless power. The supreme divine light once again illuminated the 3 realms of the myriad races and the 3 realms. It illuminated the other side of time and space. The supreme divine appearance of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu was reflected in the eyes of countless beings in the 3 realms. What happened? Why did the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress suddenly cause such a commotion? It has been such a long time. This time, are the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress going to do something that will shock the ages? The aura on their bodies is getting more and more obscure and powerful. Is there no limit to how much they can improve their strength? Since the 4 perilous lands were completely destroyed 10 years ago, there were basically no major events in the myriad races world. The Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress only showed up occasionally. The rest of the time, they were quietly cultivating. P.S. I've caught a cold these few days. My mind is in a mess, and I'm a little tongue-tied. Chapter 486. Now, the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress had once again displayed their might. Based on past experience, this time, something that would affect the entire world would happen. With the Heavenly Tao as my witness, I, the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, Supreme New Moon Heavenly Empress, Supreme Xinyu Heavenly Empress, have sensed that the souls of all living beings in the world have nowhere to return to after their deaths. I wish to open up the netherworld samsara under the 9 underworlds to mend the path of reincarnation for all living beings. The voices of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu were transmitted to the ears of all living beings in the 3 realms through boundless time and space. Boom! The entire myriad races world shook as the eye of the Heavenly Tao, which was billions of miles wide, appeared in the eyes of all living beings in the 3 realms. The eye of the Heavenly Tao stared at Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu. It instinctively let the Heavenly Tao know that the netherworld samsara was extremely important to it and the entire world. It had to be opened. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shan Yu sensed the urging thoughts from the eye of the Heavenly Tao and did not delay. They stepped out and arrived at the center of the mortal world. All the supreme heavenly venerables in the 3 realms also used the omnipresent power of laws to observe the actions of the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress. They had also heard about the opening of the netherworld samsara and learned of its importance through the Heavenly Tao. As long as the netherworld samsara was successfully opened, it would be a great merit that would affect the past, present, and future. Everyone was very envious and wanted to participate in this great opportunity. However, this opportunity and merit were not easy to obtain. They did not know where to start or how to open up the netherworld samsara. As for asking the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress to participate, that would be courting death. No one dared to offend the dignity of Yi Tianzong and the other 2. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu went directly to the depths of the mortal world and used the 13 styles of creation to open up a vast and boundless netherworld. When Yi Tianzong and the other 2 opened up the netherworld, the Heavenly Tao of the myriad races world stabilized the mortal world so that the commotion caused by Yi Tianzong and the other 2's opening up the netherworld would not affect the countless living beings on the surface. After 20 days of continuous development, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu had completely opened up another world realm that was no less vast than the mortal realm. The Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Taos were deeply imprinted in the three realms. After opening up the netherworld, the will of the Heavenly Tao immediately took control and stabilized the netherworld. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu rested for a while, a black jade disc appeared in Yi Tianzong's hand. This black jade disc was the great samsara disc that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had refined over tens of billions of years and consumed countless precious materials. They had refined the laws of reincarnation, the laws of time, the laws of space, the laws of karma, and dozens of other laws. As Yi Tianzong threw it out, the black jade disc instantly expanded to a size of 1 trillion kilometers. It was like a boundless, ring-shaped mountain that suppressed the boundless universe as it silently floated in the center of the netherworld. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu continuously unleashed one mysterious and profound Tao pattern after another, fusing the great samsara disc with the origin of the netherworld. The heavenly Tao that controlled the netherworld also cooperated with Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. It took the initiative to fuse the origin of the netherworld with the great samsara disc. After 100 years, after the great samsara disc had completely fused with the origin of the netherworld, the entire boundless netherworld shook. Then it shone brightly. Boundless Tao, law, light penetrated the barrier of the netherworld and directly illuminated the mortal realm, God realm, and heaven realm. The fusion of the great samsara disc and the origin of the netherworld meant that the netherworld's reincarnation cycle had completely returned. The countless beings in the myriad races world had a place to reincarnate. The heavenly Tao no longer needed to waste energy to reincarnate the countless souls. A harmonious and perfect Tao intent rose from the entire myriad races world. After the netherworld shone brightly, the mortal realm, God realm, and heaven realm also shone brightly because of the perfection of the myriad races world. The origins of the netherworld, mortal realm, God realm, heaven realm, as well as the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world, all cheered. A feeling of joy and harmony rose from the hearts of the countless beings in the world. At the same time, the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world evolved and grew rapidly. The heaven and earth origin of the entire world increased greatly. At this moment, all the beings in the three realms also experienced a great increase in their origin and potential because of the perfection of heaven and earth. Those who had exhausted their potential and could no longer advance suddenly felt that their bodies were full of vitality and could continue to break through. Those cultivators who had been unable to break through the bottleneck for a long time suddenly felt that the barrier in front of them had disappeared. Then, they successfully broke through to a higher realm. Those supreme heavenly venerates and perfected supreme heavenly venerates who stood at the peak of heaven and earth also felt the increase in their origin potential, and their comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth became smoother. Other people who had nothing to do with it all received great benefits. As the ones who opened the netherworld reincarnation and perfected the world, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu received even greater benefits. First of all, the providence and merit on the three of them continued to increase. Their providence turned into golden divine dragons and 5-colored heavenly winds. The merit auspicious clouds above their heads were so bright that it blinded everyone. Secondly, the three of them controlled 45% of the heavenly Tao of heaven and earth, and the speed at which they comprehended the laws of heaven and earth had more than doubled. However, at their current level, merit and providence could not allow them to quickly increase their strength because they could not withstand the pressure brought about by comprehending the laws of heaven and earth quickly. They could only slowly strengthen their divine spirit and Tao body bit by bit to balance and alleviate the pressure brought about by comprehending more laws of heaven and earth. After putting away all the merit auspicious clouds, Yi Tianzong continued, "The netherworld reincarnation has been completed, but we need people to maintain the order of the netherworld. In the name of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, I will establish the netherworld and be responsible for the reincarnation of the dead. The netherworld is under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, and the master of the netherworld is the Lord of the netherworld, whose status is equivalent to that of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate. Under the Lord of the netherworld, there will be 10 lords of the netherworld to assist the Lord of the netherworld. The 10 lords of the netherworld are equivalent to that of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate. Under the 10 lords of the netherworld, each lord of the netherworld is in charge of 36 underworld gods and 24 underworld commanders. The underworld gods and underworld commanders are equivalent to that of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate. Each underworld commander leads an army of 1 billion. Under the underworld gods, there are underworld officials and underworld knights. Under the underworld commanders, there are underworld generals and underworld soldiers. The entrance to the netherworld is the netherworld's profound entrance. Those who are not from the netherworld can only enter with their true bodies from the heavenly court. After the netherworld's profound entrance is the road to the underworld. Yi Tianzong explained his ideas about the netherworld one by one. As he spoke, various netherworld buildings, netherworld's profound entrance, bridge of helplessness, and other things that had been refined long ago were also mentioned, one by one. The entire empty netherworld shook. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, the Way of Heaven automatically generated various official positions in the netherworld. All the tokens representing official positions were also gathered in Yi Tianzong's hands. The next thing was to distribute these tokens, and Yi Tianzong had absolute authority to distribute them. Those experts who had recovered from the opening of the netherworld were also burning with passion at this time, thinking about how to get a position in the netherworld from the Supreme Heavenly Emperor. P.S. I've caught a cold these days and my mind is in a mess. I'm a little tongue-tied. Chapter 487. Time flowed and hundreds of millions of years passed. Ever since Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu had opened up the netherworld samsara, the yin-yang cycle in the myriad races world had reached perfection and entered a stage of rapid evolution and strengthening. The strength of the myriad races in the 3 realms had also ushered in another period of explosive growth. Millions of years ago, Yi Tianzong had told the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world the coordinates of the great 1,000 immortal world that he had discovered in the chaos. The heavenly Tao of the myriad races world instinctively revealed its desire for another great 1,000 world and controlled the myriad races world to gradually move in the direction of the great 1,000 immortal world. Unlike before, when Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were trying their luck in the vast and boundless chaos, this time, because of the doppelganger left behind in the immortal God vast 1,000 world, Yi Tianzong could accurately determine the direction of the immortal God vast 1,000 world relative to the myriad races world through the mysterious connection. Under the clear guidance, the myriad races world was rapidly approaching the great 1,000 immortal world. After millions of years of travel, the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world had vaguely sensed the existence of another pinnacle, great 1,000 world. After learning about the situation from the heavenly Tao, Yi Tianzong gathered all the powerhouses of the myriad races in the celestial realm and told all the powerhouses above the Supreme Heavenly Venerate level about the new world so that they could prepare for the upcoming world war. Yi Tianzong also roughly explained the benefits and risks of devouring another pinnacle great 1,000 world to the powerhouses of the myriad races world. This was a confrontation between 2 super great 1,000 worlds. The myriad races world had no choice but to participate in the war. After receiving Yi Tianzong's notification, the myriad races world was actively making preparations. In the boundless chaos, 2 massive great 1,000 worlds were rapidly approaching each other. As the myriad races world continued to approach the great 1,000 immortal world, the weaker heavenly Tao of the great 1,000 immortal world gradually sensed the approach of the myriad races world. All the supreme heavenly venerate powerhouses in the great 1,000 immortal world had gathered together. A perfected supreme, heavenly venerate powerhouse named Dishin said, "The heavenly Tao has warned us that a great enemy is approaching our world. A world war will break out in the future, and no one can avoid it. Everyone, we need to prepare now." Another majestic, perfected demon emperor supreme, heavenly venerate, said, "Let's put aside our grudges in the face of external enemies for the time being. We will settle our personal grudges after defeating the external enemies." Sorcerer God, what do you think? The great thousand venerate, supreme, heavenly venerate of the supreme, heavenly demon tribe. Of the sorcerer race of God, of heavenly demon clan of God. Let's talk, the of God of heavenly venerate of God time. Among the thousands of powerful supreme heavenly venerates, there are more than 50 supreme heavenly venerates ranging from 6th step to 8th step. They were the clones that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had left behind in the great thousand immortal world 10 billion years ago. The 50 supreme celestial venerates ranged from the 6th step to the 8th step. They were the clones of the 300 clones left behind by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. The rest of the clones had perished due to various reasons in the process of growing. As the myriad races world and the great thousand immortal world got closer, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu could sense their clones more clearly. After controlling the immortal mansion to sneak into the great thousand immortal world, Yi Tianzong got in touch with his clones and learned about the situation in the great thousand immortal world. Due to the appearance of the great thousand immortal world's enemy, the great thousand immortal world's heavenly Tao had loosened its suppression on the cultivators in the world. Cultivation had become easier, and it was easier to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. According to Yi Tianzong's estimation, the two worlds would collide in about 1 million years and a world war would break out. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in this world. It's impossible to become a great thousand immortal world, supreme, heavenly venerate in 10 billion years. "I'm going to be disappointed," said one of Yi Tianzong's clones. "It doesn't matter. Before the war starts, I'll put you into the immortal mansion and continue to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in the human race's great thousand immortal mansion. It would be a waste to die on the battlefield. During this time, try your best to comprehend the laws and gather information about the immortal God world." Yi Tianzong paused and thought for a moment before continuing. "If there's anyone you care about, gather them in advance, and I'll take them with me." "Okay, we got it. Thank you. We're one. There's no need to thank me. We're leaving. Take care," Yi Tianzong said, and left the great thousand immortal world with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. After returning to the myriad races world, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu did not make a big deal out of it. Instead, they began to cultivate the people of the Howran immortal sect. It was extremely difficult for them to improve their strength now, and it would take them hundreds of millions of years. In addition, they still had a huge amount of merit points and origin source energy that they had not used yet. Thus, they decided to use them to cultivate the disciples of the Howran immortal sect. With the support of Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the other 9 people had basically comprehended more than 36 types of laws of heaven and earth over 130 billion years. Thus, they stood at the top of the 160 perfected supreme heavenly venerates in the myriad races world. After selecting 28th step and 9th step supreme heavenly venerates and elders from the Howran immortal sect, Yi Tianzong rewarded them with most of the merit points and origin source purple chi that he, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had obtained. As the world war was approaching, the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world had also relaxed its suppression on all living beings, making it easier to cultivate and comprehend laws. With the boundless merit points and origin source purple chi rewarded by Yi Tianzong, the cultivation realm and strength of the 28th step and 9th step supreme heavenly venerates improved rapidly. In just 100,000 years, 7 of them had directly ascended to the perfected supreme heavenly venerate realm. In 500,000 years, another 4 had ascended to the perfected supreme heavenly venerate realm. The remaining 9 had all reached the peak of the 9th step supreme heavenly venerate realm and were just short of an opportunity to break through to the perfected supreme heavenly venerate realm. 1,000,000 years passed in a hurry. The myriad races, great thousand world, and the immortal God, great thousand world, were getting closer and closer. Through the world barrier, the perfected supreme heavenly venerates of the myriad races world and the immortal God, great thousand world, could see each other's world from afar. Yi Tianzong once again gathered all the supreme heavenly venerates of the myriad races world. After millions of years of preparation, the mortal world, celestial world, and celestial world were all eager to give it a try. Chapter 488. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu sat on the seats of the emperor and empress, which symbolized supreme authority. They scanned the experts of the heaven realm. That world is called the immortal God, great thousand. Like our world, it's a pinnacle, great thousand world. I once used a secret technique to investigate the strength of that world. There are about 40 perfected supreme heavenly venerables, at most 50. There are at most 20,000 supreme heavenly venerables. Compared to our world, the overall strength is much weaker. This is a collision between two worlds. Although the immortal God, great thousand world, is weaker than our world, it can't be underestimated. The Empress and I won't take part in this world war for the time being. You can do whatever you want. How much you can get will depend on your own means and strength. I'll give you 50 million years. After 50 million years, I'll personally take action and completely destroy all resistance forces in the immortal God, great thousand world. If there are no questions, go and prepare. Yi Tianzong's faint voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. Yes, we'll take our leave. After everyone left, Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyue and Xinyu and said, "Let's go. We'll go and retrieve our doppelgangers. The world war is imminent. It's not suitable for them to continue staying in the other world." Boom! An extremely violent and vast sound reverberated through the chaos, myriad races, and immortal God, great thousand world. After a loud noise that swept through the boundless chaos, the myriad races, great thousand world, and the immortal God, great thousand world collided. Then the heaven Tao of the two worlds was completely entangled. The heaven Tao of the myriad races world was stronger than the heaven Tao of the immortal God, great thousand world. However, both were pinnacle heaven Tao of the myriad races world. Even if the heaven Tao of the myriad races world was stronger, it couldn't defeat the heaven Tao of the immortal God, great thousand world in just a few 100 million years. It could only wear down the heaven Tao of the immortal God, great thousand world bit by bit. On this point, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu couldn't easily intervene. On the contrary, if the heaven Tao of the immortal God, great thousand world struggled because of Yi Tianzong and the other two's intervention, it would cause irreparable damage to the myriad races world. The heavenly Tao of the immortal God world was different from the heavenly Tao of the chaos ferocious spirit world. The great Tao of the world where the chaos ferocious spirits lived was transformed from the remnant wills of the fallen gods and devils. In terms of the utilization of power, it was much better than the great Tao of the worlds of all races, which only had instincts. In addition, the heavenly Tao of the chaotic ferocious spirit world had used up a lot of its origin to create the chaotic ferocious spirits and the soul-devouring race. Therefore, the true heavenly Tao origin was only about a third of the great thousand worlds of the myriad races at that time. The immortal God, great Kiliacosm, was a world born from the primal chaos and had existed for countless eras. Although there were not as many top-notch experts in this world as there were in the myriad races world, it did not mean that the origin of the immortal God, great thousand world, was weak. On the contrary, its world origin was very powerful. According to the fragmented information from the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world, the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world was only slightly stronger than the heavenly Tao of the immortal God, great thousand world. If the strength of the heavenly Tao of two pinnacle greater thousand worlds was similar, then it was not something that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu could participate in. In the boundless primal chaos, there were countless worlds, and there would always be two worlds that accidentally encountered each other and then competed with each other. As for the mutual devouring of the greater thousand worlds, the cultivators in the worlds were not allowed to directly intervene. Only the heavenly Tao of the two worlds could merge with each other. This was a kind of order in the boundless primal chaos of the myriad races world. This kind of order was only limited to the battles between the greater thousand worlds that were born naturally in the primal chaos. It was not applicable to those worlds that were artificially evolved, opened up, or formed after the fall of the gods and devils. Coincidentally, the myriad races world and the immortal God, great thousand world, were greater thousand worlds that were born in the primal chaos by chance. And each of these naturally born greater thousand worlds was a miracle and creation that could not be replicated in the boundless primal chaos of the myriad races world. They were protected and cared for by the supreme, great Tao of the heavens. When the myriad races world and the immortal God, great thousand worlds, were stuck together, the heavenly Tao of the two worlds were already entangled and had no time to care about other things. Therefore, the task of opening the passageway between the two worlds fell on the living beings of the two worlds. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were emitting immeasurable light, immeasurable Tao, and immeasurable nomological laws. Amidst the admiring gazes of the living beings in the three realms, they stepped on a golden light path that was hundreds of millions of miles wide and arrived in the primal chaos outside the myriad races world. Due to the battle between the heavenly Tao of the two worlds, destructive primal chaos storms were raging in the primal chaos outside the worlds. Destructive thunderbolts were constantly striking spatial cracks, and the earth, fire, water, and wind were violently and chaotically attacking the boundless primal chaos. Under such a harsh environment, even perfected supreme heavenly venerates did not dare to stay in the primal chaos for long. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu wandered in the primal chaos as if they were taking a stroll in the park. Due to the massive destructive power and pressure generated by the battle between the heavenly Tao of the two worlds, Yi Tianzong and the other two were not affected at all. Oh my God, the Emperor and Empress are too strong and unfathomable. Even I don't dare to touch the destructive thunderbolts in the primal chaos, but the Emperor and Empress actually ignored them. The pressure of the battle between the two heavenly Tao has no effect on them at all. A perfected supreme heavenly venerate of the human race said in horror. He was not the only one who was shocked. All the perfected supreme heavenly venerates of the myriad races world were shocked by the strength of Yi Tianzong and the other two. As the supreme beings of the myriad races world, the Emperor and Empress of the three realms, no one knew how strong they were. It was not that no one wanted to challenge their dignity, but they were all suppressed easily. It was impossible to guess their strength. Over time, no one dared to question the Emperor and Empress. Now, when the two great thousand worlds met, the strength of the three of them finally revealed the tip of the iceberg. Yi Tianzong carefully observed the situation of the two worlds. The heavenly Tao of the two worlds were facing each other head-on at the location where the heavenly Tao of the two worlds collided. It was impossible to open up a passageway there, and Yi Tianzong and the other two did not have the strength to do so. He found a suitable location on both sides of the heavenly Tao of the two worlds and planned to open up two passageways. After discussing with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, the three of them began to act. The three of them had experience in creating a new world many times, so it was not difficult for them to open up two space-time passageways. The powerhouses of the myriad races world were watching Yi Tianzong and the other two. At the same time, the powerhouses of the immortal God, great thousand world, had also noticed Yi Tianzong and the other two. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu displayed supreme mystic skills that could cut through space-time and destroy chaos. Streaks of supreme swordlight that could cut through space-time, penetrate chaos, and open up a boundless universe that connected the two great thousand worlds. It took Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu only 3 days to open up a space-time passageway with a diameter of 3 million miles and a length of billions of miles. Although the powerhouses of the immortal god Great Thousand World tried their best to stop them, Yi Tianzong and the other two still used their invincible strength to fix one end of the space-time passageway in the immortal god Great Thousand World. Moreover, Yi Tianzong also made an agreement with the powerhouses of the immortal god Great Thousand World that he would not act for 50 million years, but the people of the immortal god Great Thousand World were not allowed to destroy the space-time passageway. Otherwise, he would personally eliminate the top forces of the immortal god Great Thousand World. Yi Tianzong also revealed their respective clones to deter the powerhouses of the immortal god Great Thousand World. After opening up a space-time passageway, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu spent another 3 days to open up another space-time passageway. After opening up 2 space-time passageways, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu returned to the myriad races world. The two worlds will eventually merge together. I have already made an agreement with the powerhouses of the immortal god Great Thousand World that I will not act against them for 50 million years. They have 50 million years to obtain a position in the new world, and you have 50 million years to obtain more fate and resources. In the war between the two worlds, each side will rely on their own methods. I'll leave the rest to you. It's fine if you win, but if you lose, Although Yi Tianzong did not say what would happen if they lost, everyone knew that it would not end well. Moreover, they could not afford to lose face. Therefore, they all decided that they would definitely win this war of the two worlds. After everyone left, Yi Tianzong said to Shen Yu, I have already ordered the Demon Emperor, Zhang Yuan, Ting Shi, and the Blood Dragon God who surrounded you in the immortal god Great Thousand World. If you still feel angry, we can personally destroy them when we have time. How about it? I'll personally deal with them. It can be considered karma. A sharp killing intent flashed in Shen Yu's eyes. Whatever, as long as you're happy. Chapter 489. The war between the world of the myriad races and the immortal spirit world was in full swing. Both sides were fighting for their own interests. Without Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu's participation, the powerhouses of the immortal spirit Great Thousand World relied on their native advantage to firmly guard 1/3 of their territory. 50 million years passed quickly. The heavenly Tao of the world of the myriad races had gained an obvious upper hand in the battle with the heavenly Tao of the immortal spirit world. It was only a matter of time before the immortal spirit Great Thousand World was annexed. In the world of the myriad races, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Shen Yu, who were sitting on the supreme deity, thrones of the 3 realms, opened their eyes that had not been opened for a long time and looked at the immortal spirit Great Thousand World. Then they stood up, and a vast golden light path spread from their feet. It crossed the barrier of the world of the myriad races, crossed the space-time passageway, and extended into the immortal spirit Great Thousand World. In the immortal spirit Great Thousand World, all the cultivators above the myth realm had gathered in the last Pure Land. With the remaining 37 perfected supreme heavenly venerables as the leaders, they had set up the 99 mixed elements yin-yang great array to resist the attacks of the powerhouses of the world of the myriad races. Demon Sky, patriarch of the demon race, looked gloomily at the great array, which was transforming into boundless chaos. His voice was transmitted to the powerhouses of the immortal spirit world behind the great array. The annexation of your world is a foregone conclusion. Don't make any unnecessary struggles. You should know that it's not that we don't have a way to break the great array. We just don't want to cause unnecessary casualties. Don't be ungrateful. The perfected supreme, heavenly venerables of the human race said, if you want to seek your position after the annexation of your world, this matter can be discussed. However, you have to submit to the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. Don't try to wander away from the heavenly court and give up on unrealistic fantasies. The immortal spirit world's perfected supreme, celestial venerables hiding behind the 9-9 mixed origin yin-yang great array looked at the people of the myriad races world outside the great array hesitantly. The two worlds had been fighting for 50 million years, and the immortal spirit world's annexation was already a foregone conclusion. To be honest, they didn't want to continue fighting. The immortal spirit world had lost too much power over the past 50 million years. Behind them was the last essence. The demon emperor looked at the hesitant others, and a look of unwillingness flashed through his eyes. He then said, "Don't believe their words. With our strength, how can we submit to others? Once we do as they say and submit to the heavenly court, they will be able to use their authority to ostracize us and suppress us from the immortal God world. We cannot agree to their conditions." After the demon emperor finished speaking, he said to the experts of the myriad races world outside the great array, "Unless you agree to open up a separate world for us, we won't give up our determination to resist. Now is the critical period of the annexation of the two worlds. If we don't have a way out, we don't mind dragging the world down with us. I think you won't feel good either." As Yi Tianzong's younger brother, Yi Tianyu was a powerful, perfected supreme, heavenly venerate who had comprehended 37 types of nomological laws of heaven and earth. He was even comparable to the demonic sky patriarch of the demon race. Upon hearing the words of the demon emperor of the immortal spirit world, he was instantly enraged and said coldly, "Preposterous! All beings in the three realms must submit to the heavenly court. 50 million years have passed. If you continue to be stubborn and resist to the end, you will be doomed eternally when the heavenly emperor and heavenly empress arrive." The heavenly emperor and heavenly empress, upon hearing Yi Tianyu's words, not only the people of the immortal spirit world, but also the experts of the myriad races world fell silent. The people of the immortal spirit world would never forget that when the two worlds collided, it was the three people who had easily destroyed the joint attack of dozens of perfected supreme heavenly venerates. A casual sword chi had made them flustered. Then they had easily opened up two space-time passageways that connected the two worlds. It was at that time that they had truly felt the invincible strength of the heavenly emperor and heavenly empress. They had felt the huge gap between them and the heavenly emperor. Until now, they still had lingering fears in their hearts. To the experts of the myriad races world, the heavenly emperor and heavenly empress were unshakable, eternal, sacred mountains above their heads. Whenever they thought of them, a sense of powerlessness and despair would surge from the bottom of their hearts. However, the monster king of the immortal spirit world still had no intention of giving up. In the immortal spirit world, he was the ruler of the monster race and had established the monster race imperial court to look down on all living beings. Now he was very unwilling to submit to the rule of others. Therefore, he wanted to use this negotiation to obtain the greatest benefits. He even wanted to sit on the heavenly emperor's throne that ruled over all living beings in the three realms one day. You don't have to scare us. Who knows? Before the monster king could finish his sentence, a golden path that illuminated the boundless space-time came from the distant horizon. The supreme golden path that could sweep away everything carried unparalleled power and crashed into the 9-9 immemorial yin-yang formation with the power to overturn the world. Rumble. Crack. Crack. A sound that shook the universe spread across the entire world. The immemorial yin-yang formation that would have required at least 100 perfect supreme heavenly venerates to break was on the verge of collapsing under the impact of the golden path. Cracking noises were heard as the golden path crashed into it. Before the people of the immortal spirit world could stabilize the formation, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu appeared in everyone's sight. Then, Yi Tianzong pointed his finger that blotted out the sky and pointed at the crumbling formation. Then, the 9-9 immemorial yin-yang formation that the people of the immortal spirit world relied on was broken just like that. This. The experts and living beings of the immortal spirit world were terrified. The experts of the myriad races world were silent. Only the experts of the Howran archaic sect looked excited. Looking at the remaining perfect supreme, heavenly venerates of the immortal spirit world, they realized that the demon emperor, Zhang Yuan, Teng Shi, and the blood dragon god were still alive. Xin Yu didn't hold back. She slapped her palm at the four of them. Demon emperor, Zhang Yuan, Teng Shi, blood dragon god, I'm Xin Yu. You didn't think that I would be lucky enough to escape back then, right? Today is the day you all die. Xin Yu attacked right away. The perfect supreme, heavenly venerates of the immortal spirit world wanted to help right away. However, the boundless divine power from Yi Tianzong's body suppressed them, and they couldn't help but look at Yi Tianzong vigilantly. The perfect supreme, heavenly venerate named Dishin said, "What is the meaning of this, Emperor? Are you trying to take this opportunity to kill us and go back on your previous promise? Don't get involved in this personal grudge. Now, I'm asking you whether you will submit to the heavenly court. If you do, you can live. If you don't, you will die. If you don't answer in 10 breaths, I'll take it that you're stubbornly resisting and kill you all," Yi Tianzong said indifferently. Dishin suppressed his anger and said, "Emperor, don't you think you're being a little too overbearing?" Yi Tianzong ignored the anger of Dishin and the perfect supreme, heavenly venerates of the immortal spirit world. He just looked at them coldly. However, the aura on his body gradually rose, and the power on all the living beings of the immortal spirit world became stronger and heavier, making them breathless. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 8 breaths, 9 breaths. Yi Tianzong's eyes flashed with an extremely sharp killing intent. The entire world instantly turned bone-chillingly cold. The aura on his body surged, and the astronomical phenomena of the immortal spirit world changed drastically. The sky shifted and the stars fell. It was like the end of the world. All the powerhouses of the immortal spirit world found it difficult to move an inch under Yi Tianzong's power. As the 9th breath passed, the 10th breath arrived. Yi Tianzong slowly raised his hand, and a power that could shake time and space and reverse the vast great Tao gathered in his hand. "We agree to submit to the heavenly court and submit to the jurisdiction of the heavenly court." Dishin, who represented the living beings of the immortal spirit world, resisted Yi Tianzong's increasing power and killing intent and uttered the words of submission with difficulty. They had no choice but to submit. They didn't want to die just like that. The power and murderous intent bursting out of Yi Tianzong's body were too strong. Even the group of perfected supreme heavenly venerates felt their hearts palpitating. When Yi Tianzong raised his hand, the fatal sense of crisis in their hearts rose to the peak, and they quickly made a decision. Yi Tianzong watched the powerhouses of the immortal spirit world quietly. While they were feeling apprehensive, he finally dispersed the power in his hand slowly. The powerhouses and living beings of the immortal spirit world heaved a sigh of relief as if they had just survived a calamity. Most of the powerhouses of the myriad races world sighed in pity. They were annoyed that the people of the immortal spirit world were disappointing. Chapter 490. Since you have pledged your allegiance to the heavenly court, you must abide by the heavenly court's order. If you violate it, I will punish you severely. Yi Tianzong's indifferent and inviolable voice was transmitted to the ears of the powerhouses in the immortal God world. On the other side, under Shan Yu's fierce attacks, the Demon Emperor, Zhang Yuan, Teng Shi, and Blood Dragon God, who had only comprehended less than 12 laws of heaven and earth, did not last long at all. They were heavily injured and completely sealed by Xin Yu, and then refined into a ball of law origin. Such powerful strength shocked all the perfected supreme, heavenly venerates in the myriad races world and the immortal God world. Under the arrangements of the heavenly court, the surviving living beings and powerhouses in the immortal God world all entered the three realms of the myriad races world through the space-time tunnel. When they truly entered the myriad races world, the people in the immortal God world felt the difference between the two worlds. Time flowed slowly and steadily forward. Another 10 million years passed, and the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world finally defeated the heavenly Tao of the immortal God world completely, annexing and merging the entire immortal God world. The myriad races world also welcomed another expansion and upgrade. The entire world expanded by about half of the vast space. The three realms were boundless, and hundreds of trillions of living beings benefited greatly in the process of the world's origin greatly increasing. Their strength and realm were further enhanced. Even the living beings in the immortal God world, who had already pledged their allegiance, benefited greatly. The myriad races world was like an eternal great Tao beast, suppressing and spitting out boundless chaos, moving aimlessly in the boundless chaos. Countless geniuses in the three realms were competing to bloom their own brilliance, fighting in all directions and leaving their footprints in the long river of time. Time was worthless to those who lived as long as the heavens. Every time they went into seclusion, they would spend millions of years. Other than showing up occasionally, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu left their clones behind to guard the myriad races world. Then they controlled the vast expanse of Mortal Mansion to wander in the endless chaos, looking for other pinnacle worlds. Every time they found a pinnacle world with 3,000 complete laws, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu would use a trick to leave hundreds of soul clones in the pinnacle world. 1 billion years passed, and another billion years passed. Under the exploration of Yi, Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu, trillions of years passed just like that. In the span of 1 trillion years, Yi Tianzong had no idea how many regions they had wandered through in the chaos. After all, controlling the immortal mansion required them to cross an extremely long distance every time. Even a unit of 10,000 miles was too small. In any case, he had encountered more than 100,000 great kiliocosms and 48 peak great kiliocosms with 3,000 perfected laws. The chaos was simply too boundless. No one knew the boundaries of the chaos, and no one knew how big the chaos was. Perhaps the supreme almighties of the myriad worlds might know the true face of the chaos. In the trillions of years of wandering, Yi Tianzong and the other two had experienced all kinds of dangerous places in the chaos. They had also encountered Tao seekers who wandered alone in the chaos and obtained many treasures born in the chaos. After being tempered by various strange forces in some chaotic, dangerous places, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu's supreme Tao physiques and divine souls had greatly improved. They had comprehended more than 1,400 types of perfected laws of heaven and earth. At the same time, trillions of years had passed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu's clones, which were scattered in various peak great kiliocosms, had finally reached the perfected supreme heavenly venerate realm and comprehended the other laws that the three of them had not comprehended. In fact, with the three of them's current accumulation, strength, and condensed great Tao, breaking through to the God-fiend realm was basically not a problem. However, Yi Tianzong still wanted to comprehend the perfected laws of heaven and earth before breaking through and condense the most powerful great Tao. Only in this way could he become a super expert among the god fiends and run amok in the boundless chaos after becoming a god fiend. Once again returning to the myriad worlds, Yi Tianzong and the other two felt as if a lifetime had passed. It's still better to be in the myriad worlds. There's life, unlike in the chaos. There's no direction, no life, only unchanging loneliness and chaos. After a long time, it really drives people crazy. We've already retrieved a portion of our clones. What do you plan to do next? Are we just going to let those peak, great kiliocosms go? Shen Yu looked at Yi Tianzong and asked, It's impossible to let them go. The three realms are still too peaceful. It's time to give those idlers something to do. Moreover, the current myriad worlds is still a little weak. With our current strength, if we can't unleash our full strength in the myriad worlds, it'll cause damage to the world. It's still a little uncomfortable, Yi Tianzong said. With the current strength of the myriad worlds, a single peak, great kiliocosm shouldn't be a match for them. Then let's draw in two worlds, Ling Xinhua said at this time. Not a bad idea. Let's do that, Yi Tianzong said. 5 million years passed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinhua, and Shen Yu once again returned to the myriad worlds from the chaos. This time Yi Tianzong and the other two peak great kiliocosms of similar strength in the chaos discovered each other and were rapidly approaching each other. After all this was done, the three of them returned to the myriad worlds. Yi Tianzong used the authority of the Heavenly Emperor to tell the Heavenly Tao about the two peak great kiliocosms in the chaos and indicated that the peak experts in the two worlds were weaker than the myriad worlds. The Heavenly Tao of the myriad worlds, which had already tasted the sweetness once, instinctively transmitted its excitement. Then it directly controlled the huge myriad worlds according to the direction provided by Yi Tianzong and moved in the direction of the other two worlds. Yi Tianzong once again gathered all the perfected supreme heavenly venerables in the myriad worlds. After 1 trillion years of development, the number of perfected supreme heavenly venerables in the heaven realm had reached 230. Yi Tianzong's body exuded boundless heavenly might. He looked at the people below and said, The myriad worlds are in the boundless chaos. In the boundless chaos, there are countless worlds floating. Small kiliocosms, medium kiliocosms, and great kiliocosms are as numerous as the sand of the Ganges River. The great kiliocosms are divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Only a peak, great kiliocosm has the 3,000 perfected laws of heaven and earth. Only a peak, great kiliocosm can produce a perfected supreme heavenly venerate. However, a perfected supreme heavenly venerate is not the limit of the path of cultivation. Above the laws is the Tao. The myriad worlds are governed by the 3,000 supreme great Tao. The 3,000 laws of heaven and earth correspond to the 3,000 great Tao. The laws of heaven and earth form the foundation of the world. The 3,000 supreme great Tao traverse the boundless chaos and support the myriad worlds. A perfected supreme heavenly venerate cultivates the laws of heaven. Above that is the celestial demon realm. The celestial demon realm cultivates the great Tao, transcends the great kiliocosm, and forms its own boundless creation. It is on par with a peak great kiliocosm and can run amok in the myriad worlds, boundless chaos and indestructible. However, a perfected supreme heavenly venerate is the limit of a peak great kiliocosm. Breaking through to the celestial demon realm also requires boundless power and luck. A peak great kiliocosm cannot withstand the birth of a celestial demon realm. When Yi Tianzong said that all the perfected supreme heavenly venerate experts looked at Yi Tianzong, this was a secret that they had never heard of before. Before Yi Tianzong told them, they had only guessed that there was a realm after the perfected supreme heavenly venerate. However, they didn't know what it was, nor had they seen or heard of it. For a long time, they had been bored with their stagnant strength. However, Yi Tianzong had clearly pointed out the path ahead for them, told them the cultivation realms in the future, and also told them what they would cultivate. However, they stopped at the most crucial part. They wanted to urge Yi Tianzong to finish his words quickly, but their rationality kept them quiet. Yi Tianzong paused for a moment before continuing. Boundless chaos, endless space-time, a peak, great kiliocosm isn't the limit of the world. There are still half-step celestial domains and chaotic celestial domains above the peak great kiliacosm. In the process of a peak great kiliacosm being promoted to a chaotic celestial domain, the heavenly Tao will be promoted to a great Tao. The strength of the myriad races world has already surpassed that of an ordinary peak great kiliacosm. In the past years, I have traveled the boundless chaos and discovered 2 peak great kiliacosms. The total number of perfected supreme heavenly venerates in those 2 worlds is no more than 120. I have already told the heavenly Tao the location of those 2 worlds. In about 5 million years, we will meet those 2 worlds. Go and prepare. It will depend on your own fortune to see who can accompany the world to the end and become a celestial demon. Patriarch Tianyuan of the Heavenly Saint clan asked, "May I ask what Tao is, Emperor? Does the amount of nomological laws comprehended determine the probability of a breakthrough? Has the Emperor become a celestial demon?" Everyone stared at Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong glanced at Patriarch Tianyuan and pondered for a moment before saying, "I am also searching for what Tao is. However, everything can be Tao. You will have to comprehend it yourselves. The more nomological laws comprehended and the deeper the accumulation, it is related to the probability of becoming a celestial demon. As for me, I have only gone further than you. All right, that's all for today. You may all leave." After saying that, Yi Tianzong waved his hand, apart from Yi Haoren and the others. All the perfected supreme heavenly venerates were driven out of Wushang Heaven Palace by an irresistible force. "Aren't you afraid that they will resent you for chasing them out just like that?" Xin Yu asked with a smile. Tao cannot be imparted easily. I don't care what they think. Anyway, I have already told them enough. I will never forgive them for ruining my plan. It is almost impossible for them to become a celestial demon. So what if they resent me? Chapter 491. Time didn't count in the primal chaos, and hundreds of trillions of years passed in a flash. In the boundless primal chaos, a huge and powerful world was rising. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu had been wandering in the boundless primal chaos in the past hundreds of trillions of years, searching for more great thousand worlds. They had sent their soul clones to those pinnacle great thousand worlds to comprehend more heaven and earth laws. While Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu were constantly searching for worlds and sending their soul clones to comprehend more heaven laws, Yi Tianzong had also selectively told the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world the coordinates of more great thousand worlds in the primal chaos. In hundreds of trillions of years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shan Yu had sent their soul clones to many pinnacle great thousand worlds. They had already comprehended the other heaven and earth laws that the 3 of them couldn't comprehend to perfection. In other words, the 3 of them had finally comprehended the 3,000 heaven and earth laws to perfection. In hundreds of trillions of years, the myriad races world had also annexed more than 120,000 great thousand worlds, and there were more than 200 pinnacle great thousand worlds. Compared to hundreds of trillions of years ago, the current myriad races world had expanded by tens of thousands of times, reaching the peak of the half-step heaven domain realm. Its origin was incomparably vast, and it had become a colossus in the primal chaos. The nether realm, mortal realm, divine realm, and heaven realm were boundless and boundless. The myriad races world wasn't enough to describe the number of races in the 4 realms. As the half-step heaven domain realm of the myriad races continued to grow, all living beings in the nether realm, mortal realm, divine realm, and heaven realm had their origin greatly increased, and their strength and potential continued to increase. The God world was no longer just 129,600 domains. Instead, it had become 30 million domains. Each domain was 100 times the size of the previous domain. There was also the supreme heaven realm. Every inch of space was filled with rich innate qi, and every grain of dust was indestructible and incomparably condensed. Once it fell into the outside world, it could even destroy a small great thousand world. In the current heaven realm, the heavenly court was still the supreme and absolute ruler. Supreme Empyreans could no longer be considered the top power. Only perfected Supreme Empyreans could come out and shake. As the world grew stronger, the origin and potential of the cultivators increased. More and more experts broke through to the perfected Supreme Heavenly Venerate realm. In addition, the number of perfected Supreme Heavenly Venerates in the heaven realm had exceeded 7,600 after the annexation of the Great Thousand World Experts. With the increase of the origin source potential, the number of perfected nomological laws that the experts in the myriad races world could comprehend also increased. All the experts were roughly divided into 9 levels according to the perfected Supreme, Celestial, Venerate realm, and strength. The first level was to comprehend 10 types of laws to perfection. The second level was to comprehend 10 types of laws to perfection. The third level was to comprehend 30 types to 60 types of laws to perfection. The fourth level was to comprehend 60 types to 100 types of laws to perfection. The fifth level was to comprehend 100 types to 150 types of laws to perfection. And the sixth level was to comprehend 150 types to 210 types of laws to perfection. The seventh level was to comprehend 210 types to 300 types of laws to perfection. The eighth level was to comprehend 300 types to 400 types of laws to perfection. And the ninth level was to comprehend more than 400 types of laws to perfection. Currently, among the 7,600 perfected Supreme Heavenly Venerates in the myriad races world, only Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, and their clones were on the 9th level or even higher. The other perfected Supreme Heavenly Venerates were not on the 8th level. The strongest one was on the 7th level. Among the people on the 7th level, apart from Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and Yi Xianqin, there were 4 other people. They were the strongest experts from the 4 pinnacle Great Thousand Worlds that had been conquered. They were Yuanheng, Wuji, Daoyan, and Wanling. The 4 of them had comprehended 230 types to 270 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. For hundreds of billions of years, the myriad races world had not always been peaceful. There had been 3 rebellions that wanted to overthrow the rule of the heavenly court. The people who started the rebellions were the experts who had submitted to the heavenly court when the worlds had been conquered. The scale of the 3 rebellions was larger than the previous one, and the number of experts was greater than the previous one. The 3rd rebellion was only about 1 trillion years ago. That rebellion had swept through the mortal world, the celestial world, and the heaven realm, involving countless races and living beings. There were more than 3,000 perfected Supreme Heavenly Venerates in the heaven realm who had rebelled against the heavenly court. During the rebellion that swept through the 3 realms, the human race, demon race, heavenly saint race, and star spirit race had engaged in a fierce and bloody battle with the rebellious races. Blood had stained the vast land and the endless void. The mortal world, the celestial world, and the heaven realm were on the verge of collapse in the endless battle. It was during the 3rd rebellion that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, who had not made a move for a long time, started a massacre. The root cause of the rebellion was that some people were not satisfied with their situation, but their strength was not enough. Therefore, they joined forces with others who wanted to seek more benefits and territory to fight for more speaking rights. In fact, when conquering the Great Thousand Worlds, Yi Tianzong had used the name of the Heavenly Emperor to designate enough territory and speaking rights for the experts who had submitted to him. As long as those people contributed enough, they could also obtain the karmic rank of the heavenly court. Unfortunately, selfish and greedy nature was common to all living beings and cultivators. Many people were high and mighty in the previous world and were used to getting whatever they wanted. Now that they had to work hard to obtain the karmic rank of the heavenly court, many people felt very unbalanced. During the first 2 rebellions, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu did not make a move. They only ordered the perfected supreme, heavenly venerates of the heavenly court to judge. However, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were completely enraged when they saw the third rebellion, which was even more large-scale. After not making a move for a long time, the perfected supreme, heavenly venerates had forgotten the majesty of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. No one knew the true strength of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. Moreover, the three of them had been the heavenly emperor and heavenly empress for too long. Everyone wanted to become the new heavenly emperor and heavenly empress. This time Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu went on a killing spree, causing countless living beings in the three realms to tremble in fear. All the perfected supreme heavenly venerates were so shocked that they lost any thoughts of rebellion in their hearts. The world of the myriad races had been upgraded to the half-step heavenly domain level. During this process, apart from Tian Dao, who had benefited the most, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had benefited the most. Aside from the fact that the three of them had grasped 50% of the heavenly powers of heaven and earth, their essences and potential had also improved significantly. They had broken through their previous bottlenecks and comprehended more than 1,500 types of laws of heaven and earth to perfection. As a result, their powers had increased significantly. The other three of them had cultivated the external avatar mystique, which allowed them to cultivate 9 powerful avatars that possessed 80% of their original body strength. Over hundreds of billions of years, the three of them had cultivated the external avatar mystique to perfection. After consuming an unimaginable amount of energy, they each possessed 9 powerful avatars that possessed 80% of their original body strength. Apart from the 9 powerful avatars, the three of them also possessed hundreds of soul avatars that had comprehended other heavenly Tao power to perfection. These soul avatars had not only comprehended one type of heavenly Tao power to perfection, before Yi Tianzong and the other two decided to break through to the God-Fiend stage. These soul avatars had quietly comprehended more heavenly Tao power to perfection. Each of them had comprehended more than 50 types of heavenly Tao power. On that day, the world was turned upside down, the 3 realms were shaken, and a monstrous sea of blood dyed the 9 heavens void red. The endless starry sky was on the verge of collapse, and the stars in the sky were reduced to ashes. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, and a total of 27 powerful avatars faced more than 3,000 perfected supreme heavenly venerates who had rebelled and attacked the heavenly court. They were invincible. After an eternity, the world finally witnessed the invincible might and strength of the supreme heavenly emperor and heavenly empress who ruled the boundless universe. Those perfected supreme heavenly venerates who could traverse the boundless heavens and earth, look down on time and space, freely traverse the boundless chaos, and have the power to overturn a part of the universe, were like weak babies in front of the heavenly emperor and heavenly empress. The heavenly emperor fist suppressed the world, the immeasurable heavenly palm, and the supreme divine sword split the sky with a snap of the fingers. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were not stained with blood. They faced the joint attack of more than 3,000 perfected supreme heavenly venerates head-on and pushed forward forcefully. No one could withstand 3 sword strikes from the 3 of them. Roars of despair and indignation reverberated throughout the underworld, mortal realm, divine realm, and heaven realm. However, the strength displayed by the heavenly emperor and heavenly empress was too despairing. Chapter 492. The Undying Legend of Perfected Supreme Heavenly Venerables was a joke in front of the heavenly emperor and the heavenly empress. The long river of laws that spanned across the boundless world was completely cut off, and the true spirits hidden in the endless space-time were quickly crushed, one by one. No one knew how they felt when they saw the heavenly emperor and the heavenly empress kill the rebels. The perfected supreme heavenly venerables were like blood-red fireworks as their blood splattered across the starry sky. There was no way to escape or retreat. In just one day, more than 3,000 perfected supreme heavenly venerables and more than 700,000 supreme heavenly venerables were coldly and decisively killed by the heavenly emperor and the heavenly empress like ants. All the races in the mortal realm, divine realm, and heaven realm that participated in the rebellion were also wiped out, leaving no future trouble. Not even the chance to reincarnate was left. The underworld had always been under the direct jurisdiction of Yi Tianzong, and everyone was his confidant, so they were not affected by the rebellion. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's ruthless methods and invincible supreme strength completely terrified all the living beings in the myriad race world. Those races that wanted to resist the rule of the heavenly court but had not had the time to do so silently dispelled the idea and no longer mentioned the matter of resisting the heavenly court. The experts and races that were secretly involved in the rebellion in the heaven realm were all trembling in fear and obedient to the rule of the heavenly court. They were afraid that the heavenly emperor and the heavenly empress would continue to cause trouble for them. After the massacre, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu once again established a supreme and inviolable dignity. They did not pursue the trembling, perfected, supreme, heavenly venerables anymore. They only let them contribute resources to the heavenly court to make up for their mistakes in the rebellion. After the three peoples' bloody massacre, the world of the myriad races became very stable. The heavenly court once again regained its absolute rule over the mortal realm, divine realm, and heaven realm. The human race, devil race, heavenly saint race, star spirit race, and other races that supported the heavenly court also became more powerful in the process of quelling the rebellion. In the supreme heavenly palace of the heaven realm, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu, who were sitting on the divine thrones of heaven and earth, suddenly opened their eyes that had not opened for a long time. I already have enough foundation and accumulation to become a heavenly fiend god. My great Tao is also basically complete. In at most 1 billion years, I can break through. Yi Tianzong's voice reverberated in the spacious heavenly palace. My great Tao is still a bit lacking. I estimate that it will take me 10 billion years to break through, Shen Yu said calmly. I'm also a bit lacking. Maybe 10 billion years. Ling Xinyue's cold voice sounded. The amount of time doesn't matter. The thing we lack the least is time. It's just that the world of the myriad races is now a half-step heavenly domain. Once the three of us break through, we will become powerful heavenly fiend gods. The world of the myriad races can't support all three of us to become heavenly fiend gods at once, Yi Tianzong said. Then continue to annex other great 1,000 worlds to make up for the consumption of the world of the myriad races. It's too difficult to break through to the primal chaos heavenly domain. It won't be possible even after hundreds of billions of years. The primal chaos heavenly domain has existed since ancient times in the boundless primal chaos. The difference in origin between a half-step heavenly domain and a primal chaos heavenly domain is more than 100 times. It's unrealistic to expect the world of the myriad races to become a primal chaos heavenly domain in a short time. Shen Yu shook her head and said, You become a heavenly fiend god first. Then, after 10 billion years, one of us will break through. After another 10 billion years, the last one will break through. The world of the myriad races will have the time to replenish its consumption. Ling Xinyue suggested, Okay, let's do it this way. We've discovered many other great 1,000 worlds before. Let these great 1,000 worlds become our resources for breaking through. After all, a half-step heavenly domain without a heavenly fiend god is still a little dangerous. 1 billion years passed slowly. During this time, the world of the myriad races had annexed more than 30 great 1,000 worlds in succession. The world origin was even more powerful and vast. At this time, the entire Wushang Heaven Palace was under martial law. Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu were guarding outside the Heaven Palace, forbidding anyone from entering. On the outer layer, Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the other perfected supreme, heavenly venerables of the human race also formed a powerful defensive circle. Inside the Heaven Palace, Yi Tianzong's body exuded a strange and powerful aura. This aura was above the laws of heaven and earth, exuding an immortal and eternal mysterious power. It was much more difficult to break through to the heavenly fiend god in the half-step heavenly domain than in the primal chaos heavenly domain. The heavenly Tao in the primal chaos heavenly domain had transformed into a great Tao. In the primal chaos heavenly domain, one only needed to verify the great Tao in the primal chaos heavenly domain to break through to the great Tao. However, the heavenly Tao in the half-step heavenly domain had not transformed into a great Tao. Therefore, in order to break through to the heavenly fiend god realm, one had to verify the great Tao that ruled the infinite, eternal chaos. If one's strength was not strong enough, and if one's great Tao was not amazing enough, one would not be able to trigger the test of the great Tao. The great Tao in the primal chaos heavenly domain was naturally not comparable to the great Tao that ruled the infinite, chaotic space-time. However, once one passed the test of the great Tao and became a heavenly fiend god, one's strength would be stronger than the heavenly fiend gods in the primal chaos heavenly domain. Perfected supreme heavenly venerables comprehended many laws of heaven and earth and the operating principles of heaven and earth. They combined the comprehended laws of heaven and earth and supplemented the boundless principles of heaven and earth to comprehend their own great Tao. They used their own great Tao to withstand the test of the supreme great Tao. After passing the test, they transcended the great thousand world and became a heavenly fiend god on par with the great thousand world. The great Tao that Yi Tianzong comprehended was the boundless great Tao. Heaven and earth were vast and boundless. Haoren's great Tao was the boundless great Tao with his insignificant body and heart that contained the boundless and boundless intent of heaven and earth. Yi Tianzong comprehended the boundless great Tao to a very profound level by using the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth as resources. At this moment, Yi Tianzong was communicating with the great Tao that existed everywhere in the unseen world and accepting the test of the great Tao. No one knew what Yi Tianzong was experiencing. The entire transcendent heavenly palace was enveloped by an unfathomable and undetectable supreme force, isolating it from the myriad races world. Even the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world had descended. The eye of heavenly Tao that was billions of miles in size was closely watching the transcendent heavenly palace that was enveloped by an inexplicable force. Within the transcendent heavenly palace, Yi Tianzong frowned at times, relaxed at times, pained at times, and joyful at other times. All sorts of expressions appeared on Yi Tianzong's face. Yi Tianzong's aura was also constantly transforming during the process of being tested. Gradually, it surpassed the laws and exuded an increasingly dense aura of immortality and eternity. 100 years passed, then another 100 years passed. Ever since the heavenly court imposed martial law, the eye of heavenly Tao descended, and Yi Tianzong began to break through and accept the test. 1,000 years had passed. During this time, Yi Tianzong's aura became more and more powerful and noble, becoming more and more boundless. His eternal aura had already filled the entire transcendent heavenly palace. Every strand of energy in his hair could destroy a primary great kiliocosm, and every cell was a vast world. His blood turned golden, his bones turned glazed, and his body rippled with boundless divine might. 1,000 years passed, and another 1,000 years passed. A total of 3,000 years had passed. On this day, Yi Tianzong finally passed the test of the supreme great path of the heavens. With his vast great path, he gained the recognition of the supreme great path of the heavens and formed his own great path. His transformation was also complete. The The blood in his body had completely transformed into a supreme golden color, and his bones had turned into a 9-colored glaze. His body had become a world of its own, self-sufficient. His original inner world had also fused with his transformed body. The transcendent, heavenly physique was complete. Now he only lacked endless energy to replenish his dry and empty body. After Yi Tianzong passed the test, the mysterious and boundless power that enveloped the entire transcendent heavenly palace instantly disappeared. Yi Tianzong stood up and laughed heartily. Ignoring time and space and ignoring the vast distance, it instantly spread throughout the underworld, the mortal world, the divine world, and the celestial realm. At the end of the time and space dimension, countless living beings in the heavens and the earth saw the eternal figure standing proudly above the fate of time and space. A supreme, eternal, and indestructible supreme aura swept across the 9 heavens and the netherworld. It was a supreme power that was far above the perfected supreme, heavenly venerate, and above the laws. Other than the heavenly Tao, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, and Yi Tianzong's family, everyone was powerless to resist this supreme power that was above the level of life. Those perfected supreme, heavenly venerates knelt down, helplessly, under the supreme power of heaven. It was a kind of worship that came from the bottom of their hearts and souls. No one could refuse. Was this the transcendent, heavenly demon? Was this the great Tao that was above the laws? We can't even withstand a wisp of aura. How are we different from ants in front of the transcendent, heavenly demon? All the perfected supreme, heavenly venerates knelt on the ground, trembling as they resisted the supreme aura. They were screaming madly in their hearts. Yi Tianzong waved his hand casually and made the rest of the perfected supreme, heavenly venerates, except for his family, move 1,000,000,000,000 miles away. Then he opened his mouth and inhaled. The innate vitality that filled every inch of space in the celestial realm was drawn by an indescribable mighty force, forming a sea of vitality that traversed the celestial realm and surging into Yi Tianzong's mouth. At the same time, the boundless starry sky of the myriad races world shook violently. The endless stars in the sky emitted starlight and gathered into a millions of mile-wide galaxy that surged toward Yi Tianzong. The boundless starry sky seemed to have been swallowed into Yi Tianzong's stomach. Oh my God, this is too exaggerated. Countless living beings were stunned by Yi Tianzong. His mouth had almost sucked the celestial realm and the starry sky dry as if the end of the world had arrived. Below the transcendent heavenly venerates, even perfected supreme heavenly venerates are ants. A perfected supreme heavenly venerate muttered to himself in a daze. Chapter 493. In the process of Yi Tianzong breaking through to become a celestial demon, the celestial supreme great Tao descended. Those perfected supreme celestial venerables might not be able to guess that eternal supreme power, but as the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world that was transforming towards the great Tao, it finally obtained a trace of wonder from the infinite eternal supreme power in 3,000 years. And it was this little bit of wonder that benefited the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world greatly. It was equivalent to hundreds of billions of years of evolution, and it allowed the heavenly Tao origin of the myriad races world to improve greatly. Moreover, there were celestial demon-level experts in his world, and the safety of the entire world and its ability to resist risks and crises were greatly enhanced. Therefore, when Yi Tianzong devoured the boundless vitality of heaven and earth to replenish the energy in his body, the entire myriad races world, under the control of the heavenly Tao, resounded 9 consecutive thunderbolts. Then celestial music filled the sky, and colorful heavenly flowers fell. Boundless heavenly Tao origin, purple Qi and black yellow mother Qi fell from the supreme void and entered Yi Tianzong's body. Boundless golden lotuses gushed out from the netherworld realm, the mortal realm, the celestial realm, and the celestial realm. Under the blessing of the golden lotuses, The strength of the boundless living beings in the four realms increased greatly, and their souls became clear. Moreover, in the minds of all living beings, the celestial demon realm, which was a perfected supreme celestial venerate, appeared. The celestial emperor proved his Tao, the celestial demon realm, and the heavenly Tao blessed all living beings. The boundless living beings in the four realms celebrated together. The boundless power of fanatical faith gathered toward Yi Tianzong from the boundless living beings. Yi Tianzong did not reject it. After becoming a celestial demon, Yi Tianzong had formed a vast, greater thousand realm, and any energy could be easily digested by him. For countless billions of years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had made immeasurable contributions to the expansion of the myriad races world. The entire myriad races world owed the three of them immeasurable karma. Therefore, when Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu became celestial demons, the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world would not only not stop them, but also support them. In this way, most of the karma could be repaid. Similarly, all living beings in the world had received the blessings of heaven and earth because of Yi Tianzong's Tao, and their strength had improved greatly. Yi absorbing their faith was also a way to understand karma, so he did not have to worry about any future consequences or side effects. Yi Tianzong absorbing their faith. The boundless energy of heaven and earth and the chaotic qi were absorbed by Yi Tianzong in a shocking way and transformed into the energy of great Tao in his body. This lasted for 3 whole days. The boundless stars in the sky dimmed, and the innate energy in the boundless heaven realm became extremely thin. Only then did Yi Tianzong replenish 10% of the energy in his body, and he stopped reluctantly. It seems that it's impossible to absorb enough energy in the myriad races world. I'd better go to the chaos and absorb it. In any case, the chaotic qi is more suitable for me to absorb now than the innate energy. Yi Tianzong thought to himself, then made a decision. After I become a celestial demon, 129,600 years later, I'll open the zenith heaven in the chaos above the heaven realm and explain the great Tao of cultivation above celestial venerables. Anyone who is interested can come and listen. Yi Tianzong's voice reverberated in the boundless heaven realm, and then his figure mysteriously disappeared between heaven and earth. After secretly transmitting a message to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong stepped through the barrier of the myriad races world and came directly to the chaos outside the heaven realm. He continued to move forward. After being 1 trillion light years away from the myriad races world, Yi Tianzong absorbed the chaotic qi in the chaos with all his strength. The originally disorderly chaotic qi was strongly attracted by Yi Tianzong, gradually forming a huge chaotic vortex. In the center of the vortex, Yi Tianzong absorbed the boundless chaotic qi, transforming it into the energy of the great Tao to nourish his dried-up celestial demon body. Because Yi Tianzong was a celestial demon with the foundation of the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong directly became a powerful celestial demon comparable to the peak of the vast thousand worlds. He was also a very powerful existence among the celestial demons. The energy needed to replenish his dried-up celestial demon body was simply immeasurable. Only in the boundless chaos could he absorb energy without restraint. Yi Tianzong sat in the chaos and turned into a chaos giant, absorbing the endless chaotic qi. The energy of the great Tao in his body increased little by little, gradually enriching Yi Tianzong's celestial demon body. The world in each cell was nourished by the endless energy, becoming vigorous and full of vitality. 100 years passed, and another 100 years passed. After a total of 500 years, Yi Tianzong finally finished replenishing the energy in his body. The heavenly Tao's purple origin energy is still the best. A strand of purple origin energy is equal to 2 hours of my cultivation. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao is not so generous. Yi Tianzong sighed with emotion. The energy has been replenished. The next step is to become an advanced disciple. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Yi Tianzong's figure disappeared into the chaos and entered the immortal mansion. After Yi Tianzong became an intermediate disciple, the immortal mansion issued the conditions for becoming an advanced disciple. First, help the human race become the world's overlord among the myriad races. Second, become a celestial demon body with the foundation of at least 1,000 laws of heaven and earth. Third, to become a celestial demon body, one must pass the test of the Supreme Grand Tao. Yi Tianzong met all of these 3 conditions. Therefore, he could become an advanced disciple. Yi Tianzong stood in the immortal mansion and carefully experienced the wonders of the immortal mansion. After a long time, Yi Tianzong opened his eyes. Alas, the immortal mansion is really a supreme treasure of the myriad worlds. Even with my current celestial demon body realm, I am still unable to completely understand the mysteries of the immortal mansion. There should be an even more vast world in the depths of the immortal mansion. What I know before is just an insignificant, small place. Yi Tianzong suppressed his desire to continue exploring. Then he took out a silver light token representing the identity of an intermediate disciple. He poured his energy into it. The silver light token shone brightly and then formed a colorful spatial door in the immortal mansion. Stepping into the spatial door formed by the silver light jade token, Yi Tianzong easily arrived at the examination hall in the immortal mansion. In the vast and magnificent examination hall, the profound light mirror suspended in midair showed the situation of Yi Tianzong after he became an intermediate disciple. Then it tested Yi Tianzong's strength, realm, mysteries of the Grand Tao, and other aspects. The final result was excellent. Yi Tianzong perfectly passed all the conditions for becoming an advanced disciple. Looking at the golden light Haran jade token in his hand and the jade butterfly that recorded the inheritance, Yi Tianzong's thoughts were difficult to calm down. After a long time, he finally became an advanced disciple. Putting away the golden light jade token and the jade butterfly, Yi Tianzong did not continue to stay. He turned and left the examination hall. Sitting in the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong's mind sank into the endless, mysterious inheritance of the jade butterfly. It took Yi Tianzong 300 years to completely digest the 36 Grand Tao abilities, the Grand Tao Refinement Sutra, the Grand Tao Array Codex, the Grand Tao Techniques of the Heavens, the secrets of the myriad worlds of chaos, and so on. So this is the truth of the myriad worlds of the heavens and the immeasurable chaos. Yi Tianzong muttered to himself, the myriad worlds of the heavens and the immeasurable chaos. In the immeasurable chaos, it was composed of chaos seas. Any chaos sea was boundless and limitless. Every chaos sea could be called the myriad worlds of the heavens. Countless worlds rose and fell in the chaos sea. Every moment, endless worlds were born, and at the same time, countless worlds were destroyed. The Grand Tao of the heavens ruled 129,600 chaos seas. Each chaos sea could only give birth to one chaos heavenly domain. Only a chaos sea that gave birth to a chaos heavenly domain had the qualifications to escape the chaos reincarnation cataclysm. If it couldn't give birth to a chaos heavenly domain, then it could only repeat the chaos reincarnation cataclysm. The interval between each chaos reincarnation cataclysm was 3,000 chaos epochs. Each chaos epoch was 3,000 heavenly Tao epochs, and each heavenly Tao epoch was 129,600 billion years. When the chaos reincarnation cataclysm erupted, all living things and worlds would be crushed by the violent and destructive chaos force and return to the most primitive energy particles. Even the god-fiends of the heavens were no exception. The only way to avoid the fate of death was to become a Tao Evolver Realm expert, or to stay in the chaos heavenly domain. The immeasurable chaos spacetime was also known as the immeasurable chaos of the heavens. Outside the immeasurable chaos of the heavens, there were devouring Tao evil spirits. These devouring Tao evil spirits came from the great nothingness of the void. If Tao represented existence, then devouring Tao evil spirits represented nothingness. Chapter 494. Creating something out of nothing. Tao was born from nothingness. It carried something representing life force. The devouring Tao evil spirit was born from the void as well. However, it was born from the power of the void, and its purpose of existence was to destroy the Tao. There were strong and weak devouring Tao evil spirits, but even the weakest was superior to the vast majority of gods and devils. All the almighty experts of the infinite primal chaos were outside the primal chaos, resisting the attacks of the devouring Tao evil spirits from time to time and protecting the infinite primal chaos. The vast expanse of mortal abode was created by a boundless chaos expert known as Supreme Mystic, who was at the pinnacle of the death-defying realm. He had killed the powerful devouring Tao evil spirit essence, cut off the boundless chaos, and fused it with countless chaos treasures. It was a supreme treasure that could travel through the boundless chaos. The gods and devils of the infinite primal chaos are just cannon fodder in the battlefield outside the all heavens. Basically, everyone who goes there will die. It seems that only Tao Evolver Almighties can go to the battlefield outside the all heavens. There are also 129,600 primal chaoses, which are the basic territories ruled by the supreme grand Taos of the all heavens. Those Tao Evolver and Calamity defying Almighties evolved the primal chaos heavenly domains in order to comprehend more profound grand Taos. There are also many primal chaos regions formed after the fall of supreme Almighties. In that case, there are more than 129,600 primal chaoses. Yi Tianzong sighed, feeling lonely and shocked. He had thought that he was strong enough after becoming a god and didn't expect that he was still an ant. Yi Tianzong's somewhat proud state of mind was instantly beaten back to the ground. At the same time, he marveled at the vastness of the infinite primal chaos in the all heavens. Every step taken by the gods and devils of the infinite primal chaos requires endless time. Their strength can't increase substantially in a short time. It seems that the next thing to do is to upgrade the all heavens world to the all heavens domain as soon as possible. At that time, I will also gain great benefits and increase my chances of reaching the Tao Evolver realm. Yi Tianzong roughly sketched out a plan in his mind and then took a step forward, crossing the distant primal chaos and walking towards the all heavens world. After arriving at the edge of the myriad races world, Yi Tianzong did not enter the world. Instead, he chose a suitable direction and waved his hand. A boundless world easily appeared in the chaos. It was about the size of a high-level, vast thousand worlds. Next, Yi Tianzong waved his hand again, causing runes of the Grand Tao to appear all over the sky. Every single rune of the Grand Tao became billions of kilometers in size and was imprinted into the newly opened world. Under the control of Yi Tianzong's will, they finally formed a primal chaos spirit-devouring array that absorbed an immeasurable amount of primal chaos energy. After the formation took shape, the boundless chaotic energy in the chaos was drawn into the newly created world. Then Yi Tianzong waved his hand, and a majestic palace that was millions of kilometers in size appeared out of thin air. He casually sent out a beam of light, and the words Heaven's Expanse Tao Palace appeared above the majestic palace. After doing all this, Yi Tianzong did not continue to do anything else. Yi Tianzong called the newly created world the Beyond Great Overarching Heavens. He created this world to make it convenient for him, Xianyu, and Xinyu to cultivate in the future. There was no need for any other arrangements. After all, after becoming a god fiend, every breath would consume an immeasurable amount of yuan qi of the world. Therefore, before the myriad races world became a chaotic heavenly domain, Yi Tianzong, as well as Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, who had ascended later, were not suitable to continue cultivating in the myriad races world. In this way, it was very necessary to open up a chaotic secret realm in the chaos outside the worlds of myriad races. They couldn't just cultivate in the chaos all by themselves, right? That would be too degrading. As for the positions of Heavenly Emperor and Empress in the myriad races world, the three of them only needed to send a power clone each to oversee it. After becoming a god fiend, Yi Tianzong completely transcended the myriad races world and also broke free from the shackles of the chaotic river of destiny. He was free and unrestrained. The increase in his strength could not be measured. Compared to when he was a peak supreme, heavenly venerate, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The god fiend formed a Tao of its own, and it was on the same level as the vast thousand worlds. Wherever the great Tao reached, all space-time, laws, and chaos were under the control of the great Tao. He could create and destroy worlds with a thought, and laws could be changed easily. The current Yi Tianzong could destroy hundreds of his former selves with a thought. Looking at the palace that was located in the center of the world, Yi Tianzong did not stop. He directly entered the myriad races world and came to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu's side. Then he brought the two of them directly to the newly open world and told them about his plans to cultivate here in the future. In any case, with the current realm of Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, it did not matter where they cultivated. He simply left a power clone to oversee the heavenly court in the heaven realm, and then cultivated with Yi Tianzong in the great overarching heaven. Yi Tianzong explained his vast great Tao to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, imparting some thoughts and experiences of experiencing the great Tao test, while waiting for the arrival of 129,600 years. Under Yi Tianzong's careful teachings, Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu's comprehension of their great Tao sped up a little. In about 7 billion years, they would be able to break through to the God-Fiend realm. When you break through to the God-Fiend realm, remember to do it in the myriad races world. This way, you can avoid some unpredictable and unknown factors and avoid attracting the covetous eyes of some chaotic creatures. At the same time, it will also benefit the heavenly Tao of the myriad races world and reduce the time needed to advance to the chaotic heavenly domain. After becoming a god fiend, you will also absorb energy in the myriad races world and give the heavenly Tao a chance to understand karma with us. It will not be good if the heavenly Tao owes us karma for a long time, Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. Got it. Ling Xinyue and Xinyu nodded. 129,600 years passed very quickly. All the supreme heavenly venerates in the celestial realm flocked towards the chaotic heavens beyond the heavens. After arriving in the chaotic heavens, millions of supreme heavenly venerates were guided towards the direction of zenith heaven. With more than 7,600 perfected supreme heavenly venerates as the first line, a total of more than 13 million supreme heavenly venerates entered zenith heaven one after another. Then everyone followed a boundless golden path that extended from the heavenly Tao palace and walked towards the vast palace that spanned millions of miles. In the vast palace, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu sat in the main seats. All the supreme heavenly venerates and perfected supreme heavenly venerates who entered the hall bowed to Yi Tianzong and the other two. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress. Then everyone sat on the ground. Okay, since everyone is here, I'll begin my sermon. No one is allowed to make any noise. Yi Tianzong closed the door of the Tao Palace with a thought. Then Yi Tianzong began his sermon to the audience. My Tao is the boundless great Tao. Heaven and earth are vast and boundless. With one's insignificant body and the boundless intent of heaven and earth, the Haran's great Tao is the boundless great Tao. Tao was nameless. It existed before heaven and earth and chaos. It was boundless, formless, and boundless. It was an eternal and supreme existence. It always followed a specific order and operated in an eternal cycle that would never stop. Tao was the root of all things in the world and even the origin of chaos. It was everywhere and nowhere. Past, present, future, fate, karma, and reincarnation were all within its scope. No living being could clearly describe its original appearance and could only generously call it the Great Tao. Tao governed the nomological laws and was above the nomological laws. The process of a perfected supreme, heavenly venerate becoming a celestial being was also the process of the nomological laws transforming into the Great Tao. The Great Tao of the heavens was eternal and far away. Ordinary living beings were not qualified to comprehend it. To become a celestial being, one needed to verify their own Tao with the Great Tao. Only by passing the test of the Great Tao would one be qualified to become a celestial being. From then on, one would transcend the long river of chaos and destiny and be free and unrestrained. How can one comprehend their own Great Tao? In my opinion, Yi Tianzong's speech was like a heavenly law. Word by word, it was transmitted to the hearts of everyone listening. The sermon lasted for 100 years. He told everyone about some of the methods that could help them comprehend their own Great Tao. At the same time, he also chose some of his own understanding of the Great Tao to share with the listeners. The 100-year period is up. I've finished my sermon. Go back and comprehend your own Tao. In the future, unless there's something important, you're not allowed to enter Daluo beyond heaven. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he waved his hand. Except for Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and some old friends of the human race, everyone else was chased out of Daluo beyond heaven. Chapter 495. After Yi Tianzong's sermon in Zenith Heaven, everyone who heard it went into seclusion to digest their gains after returning to the myriad races world. In Daluo beyond heavens, Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the other 56 perfected supreme heavenly venerates of the celestial sect, as well as 10 perfected supreme heavenly venerates of the human race, including Su Kong, Shenyang, Taixian, and Li Cong, were still in the vast expanse Tao Palace, listening to Yi Tianzong's sermon. Time flowed like water, as the worlds of the myriad races continued to wander in the primal chaos and devour other greater thousand worlds to strengthen themselves. More than 7 billion years had passed. Shen Yu had successfully ascended to the all-heavens God-fiend realm after 3,000 years of trial of the Great Tao. Shen Yu's ascension to the celestial demon realm was celebrated by the myriad race world. Countless beings in the underworld, mortal realm, celestial realm, and celestial realm once again received the blessings of heaven and earth. Their strength improved further, and countless peak great emperors used this opportunity to break through to the celestial venerate realm. After absorbing enough energy in the chaos, Xinyu returned to the vast expanse Tao Palace in Daluo beyond heavens to continue cultivating. Ling Xinyue was also making the final preparations to ascend to the celestial demon realm. Another 7 billion years passed, and Ling Xinyue also successfully ascended to the celestial demon realm. The beings of the myriad race world once again welcomed the joy of the blessings of heaven and earth. At this point, in the knowledge of the beings of the myriad race world, the supreme heavenly emperor and heavenly empress had all become celestial demons, and the myriad race world had become even more powerful. The 9 transformations of the celestial demon is really difficult to cultivate. After such a long time, I'm still stuck at the first transformation. The speed of comprehending the 3,000 great Tao has only increased by 2 times. Yi Tianzong sighed helplessly. Once you reach the celestial devil realm, you will cultivate the great Tao of the celestial heavens. Compared to other existences who can only comprehend the great Tao step by step, we are already very lucky. Be content. Xin Yu said unhappily. One had to know that she had not even completed the first transformation. The 9 transformations of the Fiend God, a supreme secret technique passed down from the mortal mansion that possessed inconceivable power. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of the fiend god, the yin-yang transformation, was capable of allowing fiend gods to comprehend the supreme great Taos of the universe at twice the speed. In addition, one would also obtain a great Tao ability known as the yin-yang taiji wheel. The second transformation of the 9 transformations of the fiend god, the life-death transformation, allowed the fiend gods to comprehend the supreme great Taos 4 times faster. Furthermore, they would also obtain a great Tao ability called the impermanence of life and death Tao. The third transformation, the reincarnation transformation, the fourth transformation, the space-time transformation, all the way to the 9th transformation, the celestial transformation, allowed the fiend gods to comprehend the supreme great Taos of the universe at twice the speed. In the end, they would obtain 9 types of supreme great Tao abilities. Haha, you are right. You should be content with what you have. However, although my progress in cultivating the great Tao is not great, my progress in cultivating the heart realm is considerable. Right now, I have already reached the peak of the heart realm. Give me another 10 billion years, and I will be able to break through to the heart realm. Yi Tianzong said with some satisfaction. The Tao of heart realm cultivation was a Tao that Yi Tianzong had created ever since he obtained the immortal mansion. In the process of constantly traversing worlds, he had constantly created a Tao of heart realm cultivation. In the countless years of cultivation that Yi Tianzong had been cultivating, he had gradually figured out a more detailed level of the Tao of heart realm cultivation. The first level, the spiritual movement realm, was when the silent spirit would be replaced with vitality and become lively. The second level, the heart spring realm, was when the lively spirit energy would transform into a heart spring eye, which would constantly spurt out spirit energy. The third level, the heart lake realm, as the name implied, was when the heart spring eye would transform into a heart lake. The spirit would be vast and unfathomable. The fourth level, the heart sea realm, as the name implied, was when the heart lake would transform into an endless heart sea. The sea was boundless, and the spirit was boundless. The fifth level, the heart realm, was when the boundless heart sea would condense into a supreme Xian embryo. The sixth level, the heart realm, was when the heart Xian embryo would absorb boundless mystical energy and be nurtured to perfection, giving birth to the heart god. The seventh level, the heart realm, was when the heart god would create a mystical space in the unseen world and create a heart realm. The heart realm could give birth to countless living beings and cultivate the Tao of heart. The eighth level, the heart Tao realm, was the peak of the heart realm's growth and evolution. It could interfere with reality and create a boundless chaos, heavenly domain in the boundless chaos. The heart Tao would then evolve into the great Tao of heavens. The ninth level, the heart origin realm, was to use the spirit energy to transform the non-existent into the existent and the non-existent into the non-existent. In the nothingness of the great void, one could create something out of nothing. With just a thought, the boundless chaos would be born and destroyed, existing eternally in the void. Now, Yi Tianzong had reached the peak of the heart realm, and the heart god was almost the same as him. It had transcended the cycle of fate and reincarnation, and its great power could transform the chaos qi into innate yuan qi. It could also create a great thousand world in the chaos. Even if Yi Tianzong's body and soul were destroyed, as long as the heart god was still there, Yi Tianzong wouldn't be considered dead. He could still reform his body and soul and cultivate again. It could be said that the heart Tao was Yi Tianzong's most reliable and final trump card. He wouldn't be afraid even if the chaos reincarnation calamity came. Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu also knew the heart Tao like the back of their hands under Yi Tianzong's unreserved teachings. Now, they had cultivated to the heart realm and were roughly in the late stage of the heart realm. Time continued to pass, and the myriad races world annexed more and more great thousand worlds. The worlds became stronger and stronger, and their origins became more and more vast. Even the underworld realm, the mortal realm, the celestial realm, and the celestial realm were constantly expanding as the worlds grew stronger. Because Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had become celestial demons and were far above the perfected supreme, heavenly venerate, all the races and powerhouses in the myriad races world no longer had any thoughts of rebelling against the heavenly courts. They all cultivated honestly, comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, and searched for their own great paths. Therefore, the powerhouses of the myriad races world who had calmed down continued to increase their strength and broke through to the perfected supreme, heavenly venerate realm. In the 10 billion years since Ling Xinyue had become a celestial demon, the number of perfected supreme, heavenly venerates in the myriad races world had increased from over 7,600 to 8,250. There were 9 levels of perfected supreme, heavenly venerates. The perfected supreme, heavenly venerates on the 8th and 9th levels still hadn't appeared. However, the number of powerhouses on the 7th level, which originally only had 14, had increased to 17. The number of powerhouses on the 6th level had increased from 60 to 82. Outside the myriad races world, in the zenith heaven, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, who had been cultivating quietly, opened their eyes at the same time with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Chaos is boundless. Every chaos sea is boundless and unimaginable. I didn't expect to encounter a half-step celestial domain that is also annexing other worlds so quickly. Ancient God Great Cosmos, a half-step celestial domain overseen by a celestial demon? What a good opponent. Yi Tianzong's interested voice reverberated in the vast Tao Palace. In fact, annexing the great thousand worlds and the chaos was no longer of much use to the current myriad races world. Even those pinnacle, great thousand worlds weren't even 100,000th of the current myriad races world. Only by annexing tens of thousands of worlds over a long period of time could the world origin be significantly strengthened. The ancient God Great Cosmos was a very ancient world that had existed for a very long time. The strongest powerhouse was a celestial demon that had been born a long time ago and was called the Ancient God. The ancient God Great Cosmos was also annexing the great thousand worlds in the chaos. Now, it had grown into a half-step celestial domain behemoth, which was on the same level as the myriad races world. Even though it wasn't comparable to the myriad races world, it wasn't too far off. We finally encountered a decent world. Those perfected supreme, heavenly venerates in the myriad races world are too idle. It's time to let them loosen up. We don't know how strong the ancient God is. It's a good opportunity to test our strength, Xinyu said coldly.